Oh, they're so cute. I have to ask all the questions, you know? Make them more important. Yeah, exactly. Do they even know why they're raising money? Yeah, that's an important question. So, okay.
We ready?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Get ready for this. Your microphones are all working very well. You can control your volume of your actual speaker in front of you if you need to, in the middle of your. So tonight, hi Kim.
This is all on YouTube. Just making sure.
It is?
Sounds good.
Okay, good. Tonight's workshop is to talk a little bit about some of the the current projects that we are working on and giving you an update on the status of them financially and timeline. And then we'll be working on a little bit more direction for staff to get our budget prepared to present to you at your workshop. So, Cassie is online, Dr. Eystone, and Tracy's here, Sanders. And so they're going to be facilitating the workshop. Cassie, do you want to share your screen?
Absolutely. Give me 1 second.
Oh, we can't hear.
You have to unmute or something.
Oh, can you hear me?
It's over there.
1 second, Cassie.
We'll read that one.
He told us we would need to film that. Cassie, will you talk?
Subwoofer not found.
Can you hear me?
He said, you don't need that. I said, "You really do."
Sorry, Cassie, we're figuring out just the last little bit of our technical difficulties,
That's okay.
but we do see your screen. So if you want to pantomime.
Hi again, Cassie.
Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Loud and clear.
Okay, perfect.
It's actually-
Although I think there's an echo on our end.
We're not hearing you. She might need to turn her mute down.
Okay, is that better?
Better?
I think so, yep. Okay, so as Victoria mentioned, we're going to talk about some priorities and some projects tonight, and really to get guidance to build that draft budget that is due to you all. And the goal is to present that to you all by October 13th. So our goal is to present you with a absolute balanced budgets with no shortfalls. And so in order to do that, we need these prioritization guidance tonight so that we can build in as much as possible and present that to you. So tonight Tracy's going to do project updates for the projects that we are already working on. So spend a little bit of time on that. And then we're going to discuss some potential 2023 projects. And then I also included the capital list for you that was presented last time. And I included the requested town portion and grant portion. And you will see that some of those projects, have potential grant sources, but we don't identify those unless, they're a stronger candidate for those grant fundings. And then the last part of the workshop, we're really hoping to get board direction for the 2023 budget, specifically capital related items. And so I'm going to hand it off to Tracy, and she's going to go through a couple of slides for the project-based items that she's working on, and then we'll discuss 2023 with myself.
Okay, good evening, everybody. The first project we wanted to go over was the safe routes to school. We're still wrapping that project up, so I don't have final billings. So I don't know what our final number is for this project. However, on this slide, I have listed for you the funding that we have available and the projected expenses. And I feel like this project potentially could have a savings of $60,000 or $70,000. And so that will be a question, if we do have that savings in the end, do we want to apply that back to some of our other funds that we pulled money from, or do we want to allocate them towards other CIP projects that we have shortfalls in? But the contractor did have a contingency in their contract of 70, I think it was 73 or $78,000, and we barely touched that contingency. So they're not allowed to fill out the rest of that contingency without, you know, approved change orders, which I don't see anymore coming down. So, so that's where I'm getting the projection of some savings there. Yeah, and then the estimated completion date is now October 17th. So the contractors ran into a few challenges there, so you'll see a contract extension on that, but they're getting close.
Yep. So I had put in my upcoming events that we were going to do the groundbreaking on the 18th. I told Tracy that has not been advertised yet. I told her if they are not 100% certain, I'd prefer that we push it off to the first week of November. So because staff are also working on the spectacular and other things. So you're going to find out
We did speak to the owner. He feels confident he's going to be ready in time.
on the 17th. Okay, so we'll shoot for the 18th right now.
Right.
So Tracy, when will we know for sure exactly how much the cost savings are?
I really feel like it won't be till the end of the year, because once they finish, then they're gonna have to bill, then I have to advertise, release retainage, that kind of stuff. But I think maybe once I get their final billing in the next month or two, so maybe November, December, unfortunately.
So before we adopt the budget, but not for sure.
When do you guys generally,
December,
it'll be tight, but maybe I can really push him to get his billing.
but you'll have a good idea.
I think I'll have a better idea, yeah. If he gets me that final invoice, then I know what the retainage is and those, and then, well, I also got a general construction manager, they gotta get theirs in, and then also Murray Smith was the engineer on this, so I need all that. So I'll have to push everybody to get all their invoices in.
Okay.
So I can work on that.
Well, that's great news though.
Do we generally get to keep
Use
the
your
shortfall?
microphone.
Oh. Do we generally get to keep the shortfall if it comes in under budget?
Oh,
Well,
Or-
grant.
Yeah, from the grants?
No, you don't get to keep the grant money, but it just, we won't be asking for reimbursement for that. But we had allocated so much of our own funds
From the park.
to supplement that I know that it's enough that it's gonna come out of ours, and I can utilize all the grant funds first.
Okay.
Yeah. So, okay, so next,
One more question.
yeah,
So, so to be clear, then that overage would go to parks.
you guys can determine, that the board will need to determine if you want it to go back to parks or like other CIP projects that we have shortfalls, if you want it to go there.
Okay.
And we can make, and I think we took money from,
Yeah.
it's all listed there. We took some money from, parks. Yeah, three parks funds. But some of that was allocated to the trail. And we'll get there, but we have a shortfall there. So it will be up to the board to give us direction on when that would go.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, so. So the GoCo project, where we did improvements at the Blackbird Hole and Second Avenue. This project, I feel like we're gonna be over budget by 11,000. Again, I'm just trying to get the contractors sending in their final billings. So I can get an idea, of our final expenses and what our overage is going to be on this one. And so they've essentially wrapped up all the work, but they have touch-up stuff they still have to finish up. And we can't release retainage and final payment until we get all that, what they call punch list items completed, and we still need to advertise to make sure there's no subs out there that haven't been paid and stuff. So still waiting for final invoicing from them as well, but they finally got me an invoice today. And then again, Murray Smith is design engineer, so I'll need their final billing as well. But we'll be over about 11,000, I'm projecting. So we have a shortfall here, but next. Slide. Okay, so the Broadway project. Yeah, you can't quite see the expenditures, but right now we're at with the projected expenses, we're at a surplus of over 300,000. However, I would recommend that we don't move any of that money around until we receive bids for this project, which I'm hoping will be by the end of this year, we'll know better where we're at when we get the actual bidding, because I think we can get it awarded by the end of the year. And then construction probably won't start until January or late December.
So which of these are actuals and which of these are projected?
So the funding is your actual, and then the projected, well, the design is based on an actual contract amount,
Okay.
but that's a projection because you can go over, under. And then all the rest of it, the construction with contingency was based off the engineer's opinion of cost. So that's the opinion they gave me for the cost. And then I just took 10% of that for construction management. And then other fees are like attorney fees and stuff like that. So it's all projected essentially.
So were these projected before inflation started going nuts?
Was after.
Okay.
Well, some of them were during, like the design contract we went into this year, but the latest opinion of costs, I just got that like 2 weeks ago. So
Okay.
it's been updated. We also did a little value engineering on this project. There's a few things that we could do. We have two options, like for example, the frontage road, we could pave that, or we could just do road base. And so we're gonna put it in as the alternate and see if we can afford to pave it. And if not, then we'll road base it and save some money. So we did a couple things like that to try and save money on it, but they did the most conservative estimate here though.
Okay,
So, yeah.
thank you.
So I think that's it for this slide.
I think trustee Doug.
I have one question. Do we have any idea how long this construction will take?
Well, we would like it to be completed by Memorial Weekend, but until we get the contractor aboard and get their schedule, I don't know.
So it's supposed to start December, January and be done by May,
So in 6 months, less than
less
6
than
months.
6 months.
And there
It's very little construction.
may be ways to phase it where, maybe the road is open first and then you have the trail, but we'll have to work with the contractor once they get on board and see what they have an order that they need to do for this as well. So when we get the bid, we should get a schedule and I can share that with you. Okay. So the State Rain Trail extension, we have 2 trail alignment options, as maybe we have talked about before. The first option is to align the trail completely on town, with the old railroad right away. And that's where we're running into a little conflict with Spirit Hounds and Clark's, where they feel like it would be an impact to their business. So I projected out the cost based on the funding that we have, and we have a shortfall of 394, and that's with a high contingency in there. I added contingency, but so I bumped it up a little. But we're at a $200,000 or $300,000 shortfall just to do the alignment on our own property. And also, as you can see, we're obligated to do $152,000 match. We've received $30,000 from Boulder County so far, but that still leaves us short even on our share that we're obligated to pay also as part of this project. But Kim Mitchell and I have reached out to Boulder County and we're going to have them come visit the site, and we're going to talk to them and see if there's an opportunity there for additional funding. And there's a couple of other ideas we're exploring for that. But I also wanted to show you the option B. So next slide, yes, option B. This would be going along the Highland property, about 300 feet would be on their property, Highland ditch versus town right of way, which is kind of the preferred option just because we wouldn't be impacting businesses, and it looks a lot nicer too. You're not going between all these industrial buildings and stuff. And come up with, Mayor Rogan and I met and trustee Elson met with Highland Ditch a week ago. They're very open to working with us. They're going to get in writing what we call demands are. But what we've established so far seems reasonable to me. They want safety fencing, they want 6-foot fence. They need a person gate for emergencies to get to their pump house and their diversion there. But then they also need to be able to access the ditch from the opposite side because they have someone, their ditch rider comes through with his truck to check those things, I think weekly or monthly, and he needs to be able to get to that pump house. So if we use that access for the trail, then he needs to be able to get to the ditch from the south side. So that means they would need a bridge for him to drive over. So, so with those requests, we're looking at almost, and again, with contingency built in there, like $600,000 or $700,000 more to do that. And we did, and again, it's a conservative estimate from the engineer. Like there may be options to value engineer the type of bridge crossing. They said they're open to like maybe a box culvert or something like that. So we might be able to bring the cost down a little. It's just a very conservative estimate on that. But we're waiting to hear back. They have another week to get what they would require in writing back to us. And that doesn't include what it would cost to utilize their property. But we do feel like we have some negotiating options there that we could discuss when we get to that point. But I think they're leaning towards a lease for that.
Yeah, like a long-term lease is what we talked about, like a 100-year lease.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, what's the difference between the bridge? I mean, there's still a bridge, so why is one bridge potentially more expensive than the other one?
Because the other ones are pedestrian crossings, so they're pedestrian bridges, so they're much narrower and they don't have to require so much of a low structural need for a bigger load
So
versus.
the access for him does not change with option A,
Right,
but it does change with B.
yeah,
So it's an access issue.
yeah.
Okay.
They do a turnaround right where at Clark's, just past that building. And they would impact the trail by turning around there, but that's minimal, to me, minimal. It might be a maintenance issue if we have pressure fund there or what they do, turn the truck around and that. So in option A, they'll be kind of tearing through the whatever trail material we have there, but so there's maybe a long time maintenance there, but yeah, so yeah, that's the difference between pedestrian versus the vehicle.
So I have two questions. Do we have an idea of what the lease would cost even over 100 years?
No,
Is it a monthly lease or a
they
yearly
haven't
lease?
established that
Okay.
yet. Right now, I needed to get at least what their demands are.
Mhm.
And then
That
I'm
is
hoping,
Sweet.
yeah, this next week I'll have a better idea what the lease would look like.
Okay. I think I've just answered my second question, the numbers again, so I'm good.
Okay. So, but that's essentially it for the larger CIP projects that we have in process and where we're at projection wise with.
So Tracy, between the shortfall of this one and the savings on the other, what's our shortfall?
If the other is truly gonna be 360,000, then I think we're looking. Yeah, we're at 361,000 of savings. So potentially if we did the Highland route, then our shortfall would be more of, more like 300.
So this comes into play when we talk about inviting Boulder County to come out and view the site with us, see how this fits into their vision zero, getting people off that highway and on a path. And, last year we asked them for $30,000 toward this project to help the engineering move forward. And so we're hoping that when they come out and see the benefit of this, that maybe through one of their funding sources or through some of this federal funding, they could maybe contribute more in that 300 range. And, be able to make all this work. That would be the ultimate goal.
And when is the deadline to start or finish this project by for Dr. Cohen?
I think their funding deadline is 2024 on this one, but they had concerns. I wanted to hold this project, put it on hold, yeah, September 2024. But when I had asked if we could just put this project on hold, they had concerns because if we have to do any right of way work through CDOT, that can take up to a year. So we really got to we have to keep rolling on this. And we can't really delay it.
Any other questions for Tracy? Thank you.
So Cassie, that takes us to the next section.
Yes, so this next section is a 2023 very preliminary budget outlook. So the table that I'm showing you is the available funds for allocation after we meet all of our normal, typical operational needs. So most of these do not include any capital at all. They also do not include any allocation to the streets capital fund, and that's related to the general fund. And it also does not include any allocation towards the flood reserve. And for those of you who might be familiar, I'll just give you a brief overview of what that flood reserve is. We've been holding back funding every year to potentially cover any ineligible flood costs. That number is still to be determined. So if, for example, we've already covered some ineligible costs in prior years, and currently I believe we have about $600,000 or $650,000 set aside between the general fund and the parks fund. Should any other ineligible flood costs come, then we have the mechanism to fund those. The idea was to continue to set aside money until we've got our closeout done, to figure out how much we might need to pay. And then anything left over, of course, would be eligible for other capital one-time uses. So this year in 2022, we did plan to originally budget $200,000 to set aside. However, with some of those project shortfalls that Tracy just showed you, the previous board elected to take 150 of that to allocate towards some of these projects. So their idea and hope was that if some of these projects would come in under budget, that we would then replenish that flood reserve. So that's just a very high level, maybe too much in the weeds explanation of what the flood reserve is, but I just wanted to mention that these funds that are available for capital allocation or other uses do not include that. So we want to take that into consideration. You can see that the general fund has approximately $450,000. That's definitely, the fund with the most money, but typically in the past years, we've set anywhere from $300,000 to $260,000 towards the streets capital fund, trying to build that balance up. And then anywhere from, $100,000 to $300,000 towards the ineligible flood costs. So that would pretty much, if the board chose to do that, it would pretty much wipe that $450,000 out. Additionally, the Parks and the Conservation Trust Fund also funded some overages through a budget amendment at the beginning of the year. So they're fairly low as well. I will mention though, that staff does anticipate seeing lower than, and we've seen this in the budget documents that I send out every month, that we're projecting lower than budgeted expenses for the 2022 year. However, without closing that year out, we don't necessarily want to rely on those until they're actually seen, unless we want to reduce and cut the budget, which I don't recommend at this point in time. But if our projections come, where we think they're going to, that could allocate, an additional $100,000, $200,000, maybe even more at the beginning of 2023, which then you could decide what you wanted to do with that, and we could amend the budget at that time. So that's just something to keep in mind, that it is likely to be higher than this amount at the end of the year. So just something to keep in mind and keep in the back pocket. The water and sewer fund, I have as TBD right now. As of right now, with the small, this one did include a couple of smaller capital projects that Aaron would like to complete. They weren't very large, but with that and the operating expenses, after we meet our 3-month reserve requirement, there really isn't anything else to allocate. However, 2 things to keep in mind are discussions of the sale of the property and what that might do to the fund balance, as well as any water rights discussions that we might have in the future. So that one's still to be determined, but we'll work through that one. And then the stormwater fund has a little bit of a balance as well. So given the conversations that Tracy just had and these additional numbers that we have here, in addition to these capital decisions and the attachment that you have with all the other capital needs and wants, it's definitely something that we need to keep in mind. And I thought was very important to show you these preliminary numbers. Otherwise, you kind of don't really have an idea of what we're necessarily working with. Those numbers are definitely subject to change. Victoria and I are meeting tomorrow to go over some finalization of some of the operational expenses. But that's best guesstimate at this point in time. So with that, here are some other capital decisions. Some of them have been discussed. The St. Vrain Trail, of course, is the one that Tracy just reviewed with you. Some of these also are, we're working on grants for some of them. So there's definitely the opportunity for outside funding on some of them, but then of course we're typically required to come up with a match for those. The stormwater improvements, we do have a small balance there, but I believe we're applying for a couple of potential outside funding sources. The dry storage building, that's something that Dave and his crew would really like to move forward with this year. We have, and I'll let him speak to this a little bit more once we get into the discussion piece, but this is to store all of our our de-icing salts materials. And we actually have the materials to complete the building, but it would require a variance approval from the Board of Trustees, I believe. So we have that option, or the other option to potentially construct a completely different building is somewhere around $80,000. So that's a decision that the board might want to consider. And I'll let Dave speak a little bit more in the discussion period of this. Again, the allocation for streets, that's the $260,000 to $300,000 that's typically in the past couple of years been trying to allocate for streets improvements, fire mitigation plan development, and undergrounding the electric. The electric fund does have a little balance to maybe start an annual program to do that, but I think we're also applying for some outside funding as well. Sidewalk and wayfinding assessment. We have identified an opportunity with DOLA to fund an administrative grant, I believe. So we'll be looking forward to applying for that. The housing assessment and strategic plan, stream improvements. And then last on this specific list is the park storage building that is needed should we move forward with the Leaf taking over the metal building aside from on the edge of Town Hall. The capital list that is referenced down at the bottom is inclusive of the majority of these on this list, but also includes many others that we kind of reviewed and went over at the last workshop. I did add a column for the town portion, any outside funding I didn't put anything that has not already been awarded because that's kind of risky. We want to, make sure that we have those awards before we're putting that in. And then I identified any outside funding source that we might have. I believe Tracy and Kim are working on a few others that we could potentially have outside funding for. But we're kind of working through that right now. So I think we have to move forward with what we know and what we have for the 2023 budget. And then we can always reassess and reevaluate should we get some outside funding sources for some of the higher priority projects. And then just as a reminder, the highlighted projects were ones that we felt met some of the board goals and priorities for the term. And then the ones with the asterisks are the ones that staff felt were a fairly high priority as well. So feel free to take a look at those. We can discuss any of those in the discussion period at the end of this workshop.
All right, thank you, Cassie. I think we're pro
One at a time.
tem. Go ahead. Okay, so I did have a question. And I can't remember what it's called, but when you have new building construction going in, there's a certain amount of fees that come into the town.
Yes.
So the biggest construction that we're gonna have next year is the hotel. Can we estimate fees from that at all?
I don't get it. What you're going to hear from them is they would like to request that they start no later than December of 2023. So we would not have any fees with them. Or very few.
The opposite way or the other night. Try clicking.
So that's the latest the staff has heard from the proposal they want to present to you. No later than. So depending on the timing on that, some of the fees have to be paid before they're issued a building permit, of course. So we have not, as Cassie said, we have not put in any fees. We don't have a contract to know we're getting.
Got it. Thank you.
Mhm.
So this
And
is kind
should
of
we
the
get
worst case
those?
scenario.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Should we get those, if they start a little earlier, we absolutely can amend the budget to shift things around, to move other priorities up. We can definitely have those discussions, but like Victoria said, I'm being conservative and I don't think we should rely on those for 2023. But we can definitely amend the budget at a later date.
Thank you.
So we might get a lot of fees, but won't we also have a lot of costs associated with that? I mean, shouldn't they offset the staff time that you're gonna need to process all the things those fees are for? So I don't see why we see them as kind of like free money.
There's a building permit fee we pay to the Charles Abbott and Associates for reviewing those permits, but there's also things like the water tap fees, the sewer tap fees that come into our funds. There's a park fee that goes into the parks. So there's different fees that we will get above and beyond the building permit fees.
Okay.
Let's use tax too.
Use
Okay.
tax will be a good chunk.
Use tax of the
I have one more question. And then the previous slide, Cassie, we asked, I think last time we spoke about this, I guess it's the slide after
After.
this. With those unfunded capital,
Yes.
blah, blah, blahs.
Yeah,
This one right here. So we wanted to kind of get an assessment of which of these you feel will actually reduce costs in the future. That they might actually pay for themselves if there's any.
Would you ask her
Characteristic
to
of that?
enlarge it? Microphone?
Sorry?
Will you ask her to enlarge that a little bit?
Oh, can you enlarge? Yeah,
I know it's hard to go.
yeah.
Here we go.
So like what I'm asking about is like, there's this dry storage, right? Parks and Public Works dry storage. I'm assuming that that's better for the equipment and the equipment would last longer. So it might be like a worthwhile thing to do. Is that totally off the mark or is there any element of that at all?
That one is for
Sand.
ice. Yeah,
Okay.
but you're
can't be stored.
correct. It's better than storing it under a tarp. Right, so there's a definite benefit to the town to doing that. And there are a couple of smaller ones here that might be revenue generating, for example, the park kiosk, absolutely revenue generating.
Okay.
Maybe we could do a really basic kind of not cost benefit
Yeah.
analysis per se.
An
for those-
ROI.
Yeah,
But
return on
something-
investment. Yeah, that's-
Something more similar to just, which have longer term.
Yeah, maybe that could be something we talk about during the workshop.
Sure, yeah, we'll have plenty of time tonight to 100%, the basics here, and then we hope to spend most of the time listening to you guys debate.
Yeah, I just wanted to bounce off of what Trustee Eddie was saying about the hotel, because at the Chamber of Commerce meeting we were at recently, there was a lot of concern from local businesses about whether the town staff could handle this new hotel project and whether we had the resources. Because it seems like a really big project with the permitting, et cetera. And so I don't know if that was a valid question. They had the question, they were concerned, they're obviously concerned. I just wanted to make sure that the town staff felt pretty confident to be able to handle whatever comes through.
Yeah, it won't be the town staff doing that review. It'll be our outside consultant. And what they did when Summit came in, because that was 40 different separate plans to go through, is they assigned someone from their firm to just review those. So my guess is they will do the same thing with a commercial building inspector who will, they'll assign to that project when those plans come in.
And that's something that Summit Housing and the Moss Rock Development will pay for themselves, and
Yes.
they pay for them. And who are we outsourcing to again?
Charles Abbott and Associates, called CAA.
Okay, great. And the other question I have regarding this list of capital decisions or capital projects. From what I can tell, based on the information we've been given, the St. Vrain Trail would cost another $400,000 or $740,000 based on the shortfall we have. But do we have any estimates regarding the other projects such as stormwater improvements or the fire mitigation or the dry storage? Like, do we have any way of, are we going to try and estimate like how much that would cost for these different projects, just so that we can make a decision, like an informed decision?
I think most of those are included in this unbudgeted capital projects in one form or another. The wildfire might not necessarily be in there, but we currently have wildfire funding in the 2022 budget that, should we not use all of it, will roll forward, and the board can choose to roll it forward or not roll it forward. But most likely we would roll that forward to be utilized again in 2023, but the majority of these are already on this other list. I think we just wanted to bring to light, some of the ones that we are seeking outside funding for, the dry storage, the stormwater, all of those, the allocation for streets, all of those are on here in one form or another. You can see here is the allocation of streets. Here's the sidewalk assessment, the dry storage. Yeah, they're all on here in one form or another.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. That's my mistake. I printed it off and it was so small to read that I didn't actually get to read the number. So that's really helpful. And my final question is it possible to double up on some of these things? Like when I see two different buildings for parks, like the dry storage and the park storage, I'm just wondering, is it possible to save cost by building one facility for both of these things?
I think, go ahead, Victoria.
The parks storage facility needs to be in town, and the salt and sand storage needs to be out with the equipment at the public works. Plus, there's two different funding sources. I mean, there's potential for some grants maybe for the park storage. That's a good, it's a good question, because I was kind of like, can we convert one of our current bays to sand and salt? But if you're ready, Cassie, maybe we should let her wrap up presentation. Are you ready for discussion?
We just had one more slide that had to do with staffing. Did you want to talk about that now or? Okay.
But either way, and then what we're going to do is go back and turn this over and try to start distilling through some of those issues. So one of the other decisions that will need to be made during your 2023 budget is what we want to do as staffing. We already took kind of a poll with you of what you'd like to see in regard to inflation and cost of living and some of that. So we know that. Now, before we even start this, I want you to know, I don't expect any of my wish list to be fulfilled at all. But I did want to put it into perspective that I know you have several boards and commissions coming forwards with wish lists. And I want to show you that there's some other needs that at the staff level, we see competing with those interests as well. So this was really just to let you know that, we have never had been fully staffed in Parks and Public Works for years. So, if we were fully staffed, that would be my number one wish. Other things to consider, and we have pulled some numbers on this, is are we paying enough in these outside consultation fees for attorney, civil engineer, and our building and permit personnel, that we could actually maybe get more hours of service if it was in-house? And so Cassie has pulled those numbers for you, and we have those available, but those are things you guys, we want your input on and give some consideration to. The other is, as you know, we replaced Philip and Yanni's position with two different types of planners, but right now Erin is overseeing those staff and is feeling pretty strapped by taking planning, building, and utilities. So eventually I'd love to get back to being able to have a planning director. And then I'm hearing from some folks, they would love to see our Main Street and maybe some more resources directly toward economic development, which we, Kim and I do our best to piece that together, but it would be really nice to have someone to coordinate both economic development as well as Main Street. And then, of course, I think all of you know that we don't have any administrative support staff. We do most of our own, and it's probably not the most cost-effective way to be operating. So, and then you had the Ecology Advisory Board asking you for a natural resource director, the Sustainable Futures Commission asking for a sustainability coordinator, and the LAHC wanting a creative arts director. So this is, a phenomenal list. But we do have some of an expectation similar to our neighboring communities. People want the same services they're getting in Longmont and Boulder, and they want those response times. And I just want you guys to see, we could give you that if we had all these things, and we simply don't. And so we have staff filling in all these roles the best they can right now. If there's anything here that you guys, as we're working through this budget, that you want to try to create or fit in here, that's something else we need to be considering.
The perspective I would want to look at it is, what problem are we trying to solve?
Mhm.
And I know the civil engineer was up there, and I remember that from years ago, because I brought that up. And it was really an effort to be more business friendly. As people built out their businesses and did their reviews, engineering reviews, we could do it much more quickly if we just had somebody here in town, right? So if someone, I guess I'm just asking rhetorically right now, if someone was to ask you, what problem do you really want to solve the most? Because I can see the parks would be nicer. Or if we did civil engineer, the hotel would go a lot smoother. If someone asked you, what problem do you really want to solve? Which one would you pick
Yeah,
here?
that's interesting, because I think it depends, who you hear that week.
Yeah.
These guys just came from a chamber meeting where, oh my gosh, the building, permits and building is not efficient enough, so maybe it's that, right now we have someone that comes one day a week. So you wait. I mean, they just aren't able to be as responsive as if you had someone on staff every day to deal with that. If you're talking to the arts people, they're going to say, oh, it really depends on who you're listening to that day. I do think we pay, a large amount of money for civil engineering. And we come across every now and then, and it's very situational, but, if you found someone who was here in town, who wanted to be here in town and only work 30 hours, but we had 30 hours versus maybe the 10 we're getting at $220 an hour. You know, that might well be worth it, plus get a better service. But at the same point, they're gonna have to still contract out for specialties, you know, structural and engineering and those kinds of things. Same with the town attorney, and it's nothing against Brandon whatsoever, but, you know, so you're paying $100,000 a year for just the town associated attorney fees. Is there someone locally who's a retired attorney who'd be willing to give us 20 or 30 hours a week for that amount? Instead of what, you know, paying the Denver rates of, you know, 180 or whatever they might be. So just things to consider but I really, these are all things that we could absolutely use to be a really well-oiled machine. But those of us who have worked here just know our plates are very filled with lots of variety because we fill in all these little gaps. But I just want you to be aware that anyone I talk to on any given day would say we need one of those. For me, I'm happy with our the staff that we contract with, but it is expensive, you know, and we're very, very aware of that and try not to use them when we don't have to, where it'd be nice to just have someone you could just call locally and, you know, not know they're charging by 15 minutes, you know. But you know, of all of these, I think it depends really if we're going to work toward those goals you wanted. You'll almost need someone to focus on economic development. And probably, I probably that would be the big one to really meet your three areas.
And would that be the same as the Main Street manager?
To me, they're very different. To me, a Main Street manager is someone who's more coordinating at the local business level. Economic development to me is going out there and helping the Paul Temporellos. They're out there trying to work on recruitment and retention and with the planners on where do we make this happen and what incentives can we offer on our little budgets, and much broader, going out working with OEDIT. What are incentives out there we could adopt? What are policies and procedures we could adopt? So to me, they're very, very different. But if you had a full-time position, I think you could have them do both.
Thanks. Actually, as part of my trustee report later on from the EVC, their number one budgetary need was recruitment of a consultant who could help new businesses. So that really goes hand in hand with the direct request. I mean, I see the boards and commissions list and I'm like, we could actually add EVC to that list with the consultant for new businesses, because I think that actually goes ahead of wayfinding. But anyways, just some feedback there. Well, I think it would be really helpful moving forward to make decisions. And I really appreciate this list. And I know we're not Longmont, I know we're not Boulder, and I really appreciate what this small and mighty staff is able to accomplish on any given day. But what would be really helpful, I think, for us to make an informed decision is first to, what did you call that, return on investment, like just to see exactly, well, first, how much are we paying now for these different rural services? And also how much would it cost? Like, for example, I don't know if we only need 20 or 30 hours from each of these.
This is
what do you
about
think
$1
people
million list.
That's $1 million list.
I mean, if you did it all. Like I said, right now, we are working on presenting you a balanced budget and none of these are in there. So I'm not expecting any of them. We just want to make you, because this is your first budget year, and you hear people say, you know, why don't we hire one of these or one of these? We are just barely scraping by on all, I mean, streets and things that are really needs of our community. And sometimes we just have to say to people, you know, we're getting by with the best we can right now.
Well, now I can see why the visitor center doesn't have any staff
Yeah.
on it. I'm like, okay, maybe the economic development coordinator could work at the.
Well, yeah, that'd be ideal. That'd be great. They can all be there. Well, that's how we do everything.
We
So,
with double duty, right?
yeah, so no, this is not necessarily anything I'm asking you to fill. We just want you to be aware that we're, you know, the boards, we're listening. But you're competing this list with other really needs versus wants. And all of that other list of capital items. So like I said, Cassie and I are not expecting any of these in our budget, and we have no room right now for them. We're, barely being able to get you a balanced budget with, some kind of a cost of living. So we just want to start helping educate you guys as people wonder, why don't we get this done?
I would be interested in knowing your top three in terms of
Okay.
ROI. And also, if it's not in the top three, why administrative assistant?
Mhm.
That in terms of existing staff, the return on that can be really significant.
Sure.
And that's not something you've had historically.
We had an administrative assistant for a few years after the flood that DOLA paid for it. Otherwise, no, we've never had one. We do all of our own. Yeah, we're volunteers. No, we just manage amongst ourselves.
And it would seem, I would agree that in terms of ROI, what you mentioned would be your number one. I just would like to put 2 and 3 would be.
Okay. I will give that a little thought. Of course, having the parks and public works is huge, but to do that, I just heard it on the news again tonight. What used to be a $15 job is now a $20 job, and what used to be 20 is now 25 or 26, and our revenue is not going up. We don't have new sources of revenue, so we keep adjusting every budget year.
So a couple of things in terms of staffing. I was also wondering, and Tracy, I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what your role is becoming or has become.
Project grant manager.
It's pretty much the same.
Okay, so that answers the question, because I was wondering about grants.
Yep.
So that's okay. So that's really doesn't need to be on here. We got it. Super.
And that
Okay,
is in the budget for 20.
great. I'm gonna mark that off. So on the unbudgeted capitals projects page, I think it would be really interesting, since you have identified what seems to be our priorities and then asterisks of staff's priorities. But there are quite a number of things in here that don't have a highlight or a star. Could we see those, taken out? And because it would be curious to know, well, what with those dollars out of there, what are we really looking at too? So that we can get straight to what staff's priorities are, what our priorities are, and kind of really understand what that money is. So while everything on there is lovely, we've come to somewhat already a consensus here of what might not be able to happen.
Cassie, you have a response to that one?
Yeah, we can definitely do that. I think, to try and get a few things into the budget, if it's at all possible tonight, what I'd like to have happen is discuss where we feel, at a staff level and a board level, what the highest priorities are. As you saw, we really don't have a lot of money to work with. So I think if we can identify a handful, then what I can do is go into, the budget that I've built and build in as many as we can. And then let you know which one, at the workshop, which ones we built in, which ones we did not build in. And then, either we can potentially amend the budget later, if we have additional funding, or amend the budget for outside funding if it's received. I think that if it's possible tonight, just to get some momentum on this capital and getting it, in the budget, if we can just identify, at a staff level and a board level where we feel the highest priorities are, that will at least give me a better start to build those into the budget. And it's really more so the general fund and the parks projects. I mean, as you can see, the parks fund itself doesn't have a lot of room. So if we're going to fund any of those projects, it'd likely have to be out of the general fund. So I think right now, if we, just take a look at the general fund and the parks projects and figure out which ones are the highest priorities, that would be really helpful. And I think from my standpoint, looking at, thinking of the dry storage, streets, the annual allocation to streets, some of these others we can apply for from DOLA, and we can say, great, we won't budget for it in this budget, but we will apply for it. And if we get it, we'll try and figure out how we're going to, accommodate the match at the beginning of the year, or when we see those rollover dollars come. But I think if, at a staff level, we've identified some, definitely more than we have funding for. But if we can, keep in mind that 450,000 for the general fund, what do we want to do with that? I think that that's probably the most important thing right now, just to get a balanced budget and kind of keep us all on the same page and feel like we've met, the direction and the wants and the needs of the board and the staff. So I think if we can just take a look at general fund and parks fund and identify the highest priorities that we feel we can fund with town only dollars, then we should go that route. And then we should seek out additional outside funding for the others.
Thank you, Cassie. So first, I have a question. So the flood set aside, does that come from the general fund?
General, and it's come also from the parks fund in the past, because obviously some of those ineligible costs are going to be parks related as well, but most of it's come from the general fund.
So are we deciding now whether we're going to take that set aside from this $450,000?
Yeah, I think that's correct. So some of the, if it's the desire of the board to set aside some of those dollars to the set aside, it would come out of the 450,000.
Off the top.
And what has been the normal set aside? $200,000? Okay. So
Yeah.
So this goes into a pot of money for what are commonly referred to as clawbacks. And should there be no clawbacks, which we don't anticipate, at the end of how many years?
10 years after closeout.
10 years. So in 10 years, because if we close out this year, in 10 years, then we'll have this pot, the town will have this pot of money to decide what to do with.
I doubt we'll close out this year.
Yeah. So I think the question before the board, really, I think we should start with how much do we, if any, do we want to put in the flood set aside? And then depending on what's left, what are our priorities? Tracy, did you want to?
Yeah, I just want to clarify a little on this. So the set aside is not just for clawback, it's also for ineligible costs that we've incurred over the years. So the current estimate for ineligible costs is 900,000 right now. And that's with, so anyway, it's around 900,000. We have already moved over 850,000 in the past. And then Cassie was mentioning we still have another 650,000 that has not been allocated to that pot, to the ineligible clawback bucket. And as Victoria said, I think it's not quite 10 years. I think it's a little less than 10 years. I'll get a confirmation that it is from the time the entire.
They changed the law.
Yeah,
They changed the law midstream a couple of years ago, and they said 3
yeah, I think
from closeout is the new law. But we didn't know how that would apply to us since our disaster was prior to that law change.
but it's 3 years from the closeout of the entire disaster. So this entity has to be closed out before it's considered closed, and then the clock starts ticking on that. And then so when FEMA reviews projects and closes them out, at that time they can deem cost ineligible. And it's been less than 1% so far with all the other entities. So we've done really well on the front end. So that means on the back end, our clawback risk is low. Yeah, just wanted to give you guys that info.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. So it's a low risk, but it's still a risk. And so, so to me, that's the first thing before we start allocating other money is how, what do we want to do with that? And trustee Dati, you had your mic on, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It was back to before the clawback conversation, which I am barely following, by the way. So I'm gonna need like a one-on-one, the whole clawback thing. But I was doing some quick math there, following up on what Mayor Pro Tem Farrell was mentioning. What if we just took out all the things that weren't starred or highlighted in general fund? And that's equal to $135,500. And if you subtract that from the 580,000, we're at 445,000, which is exactly like
Correct.
almost what we had in the general fund, right? And so I was just like, oh, I like this idea of like, let's just go with what we've already agreed upon, whether it's staff or the board of trustees. And let's take out all the wish list items and make that part of our wish list, that if we have leftover money, great, we'll go back to that list. But I feel like just doing some simple math right there with the general fund, and it became pretty clear that, and that was before the whole clawback thing. So now I don't know.
And I think the streets paving likely should be asterisk, but I don't know, I don't recall why it was not, but that's the money that's been allocated each year towards larger street improvements, or so that we could complete larger sections. So I would like to hear the board's concerns or desire to continue that transfer.
Well, and I think just for the sake of history, I think one of the reasons that previous boards have allocated money to the streets fund was so that if the town wanted to float a bond at some point, we would have that money. And I admittedly don't understand all of the implications of that, but it was sort of saving for the future.
Right, and I think this year then it was decided that we would utilize some of that funding for larger street improvements, and then the bids came in to where we could not utilize it this year. So this year's allocation will roll forward to next year, and we can utilize it. So if we don't transfer, then we will still have this year's to utilize, because I believe it was the desire earlier this year that we would not utilize it to continue to save, but start to use some of it to make improvements now.
So if you recall, our two projects, Eagle Canyon area and Welch Drive and Welch Court, came in around 440. So our 260 would need to, even just to do those two, not even doing above and beyond that next year, we would need a minimum of whatever that difference is, 180. That would be like the minimum we'd recommend, so that we could at least get those two done next year. Plus regular, just crack sealing and all that stuff, which is in the operating budget. But just so you know, it doesn't have to be 260. That was quite a jump from going. It used to always be about 100,000 a year, and it just didn't get as far. So the last board took quite a leap here. But we know to get those two projects done next year will be somewhere around 440.
And I think if the board was ever interested in issuing debt to do larger street projects, typically those are funded by property tax, their general obligation bonds. So you get voter approval, designate, a mill, or even sales tax increase, and then the debt service is funded by those. But so I would have to admit that I'm, aside from keeping this money and, getting it to $1 million, for example, aside from setting it for maybe a debt service reserve, if you're going out for some sort of debt, I'm not quite sure what the use of having $1 million for, if you're issuing bonds is necessarily going to be. because they're going to want to see a recurring revenue source that's going to be funding the debt service.
We should tackle that next year on the ballot.
Yeah, that's really great information, Cassie. Thank you. So what are people's thoughts about the flood fund and whether we should add to it this year?
Yes, I think we need to add something to it. I think it's important. We've been adding to it for how many years now? 9? No.
We started in 15 or 16. 15.
Okay, so we've gotten into a fairly healthy place. So I don't think it's necessarily maybe to allocate $200,000 a year. But what if we do continue to allocate up to 150? So only just a little bit of a cutback. But and of course that number can change, but I think we need to continue to be paying ourselves forward for, and I feel the same way also about, frankly, the street paving assessment. I don't think we should compromise that. But, I don't know that we need to do 200,000 there. Is 150 a good number?
It's
125?
It's really wherever you want us to start and try to make a budget work. So if you want us to start with 150 and we come back and say, well, it depends what you can do for streets. I mean, those are the two big numbers. So, if you say next year you want to do 100 for flood and the following year you want to get back to 150, because if we sell the water treatment plant, I mean, that's going to infuse a few things. If we can come to a settlement with Honeywell, that's going to infuse a few things. And then we start educating the community that either, as you guys know, the mill has room to go without even having to go for a vote. You guys could say, let's increase that mill next year and put it towards streets. I mean, there's some things we can be doing, but I think we all know our streets are deteriorating faster than we are going to be able to replace them. All over town, north side. I look at McConnell, one of our main roads, and it's falling apart. But those are going to take $1 million each, big projects. So we can start wherever you want us to, and we can come back to our workshops just in a couple of weeks. We can say those numbers worked or didn't work.
And I have a question about the workshop. Is it possible to attend virtually?
We can,
I need to.
Then I don't want to miss it.
I
I'll
don't
join
want
you
you
from
to.
Florida.
Okay.
2-hour time difference.
Other thoughts about the flood set aside? Trustee Williams?
I don't think I had fully grasped that we're talking about a 1%.
I can.
Well, yeah, let's just.
Yeah, so it used to be when the disaster happened, FEMA told us the average fallback, meaning people didn't follow the rules correctly, was like 30% of your disaster. They made these communities pay back. And so we made sure, we were like, we're going to do this right. We can't do that. That would bankrupt our community. So the most recent data and where we're currently we're looking at more of a 1% for us. Wow. I know it's significant. We have done surprisingly well. Where'd you get the one? Who told you that?
This state, and actually that's not quite clawback. So
Ineligible.
when you have a project with FEMA, it's all reimbursable. The state goes through a closeout with you and then they submit it to FEMA and then FEMA closes it out. So they might identify at closeout, you have ineligible costs at closeout, and that's where we're at the 1%. So out of, we had over $35 million worth of FEMA funding. And so it's like a 1% that they're seeing at closeout, less than 1% of ineligible costs. But then still after the closeout, we still have 3 years where the Office of Inspector General comes in and they basically audit FEMA and the state. And that's where your clawback, if they feel like they didn't follow processes correctly, they're going to claw back from them and they might in turn come to us and say,
To the state.
Yeah. So it's really an audit of the state and FEMA that they follow processes and assisted sub-grantees, which is what we are appropriately. And then then the state can turn around and say, you guys owe us money because you didn't. But as Victoria said, we work very, very closely with FEMA and the state all along to ensure that we've been compliant, and where we haven't, which our weakness was procurement, especially in the beginning, and they have helped us to find ways to, say it was an emergency and help forgiveness for those things.
Well, and the state even hired an outside firm, Carlisle Thompson,
Mhm.
to come in and audit us along the way so that we didn't run into this situation at the end, because it was 75 times our annual budget.
Mhm,
I mean, again, look at Boulder and Longmont, take their budget times 75. Can you
Mhm.
imagine?
mhm.
Yeah, so they hired, and we welcomed auditors all along the way to say, if there's something wrong, find it out. So, ineligible cost wise, we think we're doing very, very well. We're really, really good at leveraging different funds toward funds, where other communities might say, we're gonna use CDBG toward this FEMA, and then we're like, you can't do that. We just found those things out along the way and found other grants to cover them. But yeah,
So
if 1% ineligible,
At closeout, so we're doing really well there. That's where I have the projected ineligible costs already, because from the state's review, I have already identified what's probably not going to be eligible. Plus, we had some other
anything that's around
things.
900.
Yeah, it's right around at 900 right now. FEMA is still doing their closeout, so they could find more, but the state in there with the other entities going through closeout, they said it's been less than 1%. So that's looking positive, but then, yeah, we still have to think of 3 years from now that there could be a clawback, and we should be setting aside for that potential clawback. But just the fact we're looking so good at closeout that, there's not that red flag where the OIG is probably not gonna be like, oh, these guys really mismanaged the money, the state, and they're really, like they said, looking at FEMA and the state. So I think,
And if they did say to the state, then that's when we go to the state and say, hey, guys, they didn't audit us correctly.
Given what you know now, would you say the same amount? Half, third, 3/4 going forward, based on your best understanding of things?
yeah. I mean, I'm always very conservative, so I I think staying at the 200 is, probably best.
That's what I thought you would say.
They say, "Guys,
I get nervous about,
Well, no, I think that's why we're at 1%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah, so that would be my answer.
Trustee Dottie?
Yeah, sorry, I just need a refresher on those numbers. So how much money have we put aside so far?
so maybe Cassie, but I know that prior to Cassie, 2 years prior, we had transferred 850,000 over to the flood fund. And I believe Cassie said we still have another 650,000 that's still sitting over in general or somewhere that still hasn't been transferred to flood fund yet. So combined, we have,
So we have over 1%.
but it's the 1% is just your closeout cost. You still have a clawback that I can't even project what that would be, but so far, the feedback I've received from the state, we've covered what they think will be ineligible, but they're still closing 6 more projects. There's 6 more projects nobody's even looked at it and given me a number yet on either. And one of them is a $14 million
Parks.
It's parks, it's 5 projects combined into one. So,
There she goes with that.
yeah.
Oh, pardon. She
So
changed.
we've got a proposal, we've got 2 proposals right now. One is 150 to the flood fund and one is 200. You have thoughts, Trustee Elton?
Some very conservative also.
Yeah, okay.
I'm a hopeless optimist. I would go 150 down to 100. Question though, this money just sits in a checking account, right?
Yep.
We get no return on interest.
You
It
cannot
doesn't
make
go-
any interest on it. That's
And
one of
so
those.
we get it back. We get it back 3 years from now. after 3 more years of inflation, right? So we're putting money aside and it's just
Sitting.
deteriorating at 10%.
It is sitting in call trust because it is our money. So it does get interest.
Oh, what's the one that can't make interest?
You're thinking, Victoria, you're thinking the flood. You're thinking the flood money itself that maybe.
Oh, flood money cannot make any
The
interest.
grant money.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I'm an optimist. I would go lower.
I'm gonna follow trustee Edding. I'm an optimist as well, and I would go lower.
So when you say lower, give us a number.
I'm thinking 100.
100, 150.
I feel like this, and maybe it's my trust in this team, but I just feel like if the state is already validating that we're gonna be at 1%, and I feel like we've already put aside.
1% plus the clawbacks. So there's the 1% for
Ineligible.
costs that are not eligible, and then there's a separate risk of them coming back and saying, no, we shouldn't have paid for this. We want this money back. So there's that. So there's 2 different risks. The 1%, the ineligible costs, I feel great about.
Yeah.
It's the unknown in the future with the clawing the money back that makes me nervous.
Well, I would love to know how the staff feels about this. Like, where would you be comfortable?
I think she
Yeah.
already said 200.
So what happens if we bid it? What happens if they come back? We have to find the money out of a general.
Like you said, that's probably gonna be another 5 years away.
Yeah.
You'll either have to take a loan or negotiate with the state to say, can we split this clawback? Because you guys were supposed to be auditing us along the way.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some options, but not knowing how much that clawback is. I mean, let's say worst case scenario, it's 30%, like the rest of the disasters around the country, then of the FEMA portion of that, it'd be around $12 million. We will never have
All right, I'll compromise at 150.
that. So, I mean, it's gonna have to take extraordinary means at that point.
Trustee Delman, what are your thoughts?
I think I'm going to go with the 150. That sounds reasonable to me.
So I think that there's a propensity to go for 150 versus 200 this year. So, and I know that we're running up against time for this workshop, Cassie, so I hope that gives you a good enough starting point, plus taking a look at what the staff and the board priorities are. So the asterisks and
The yellow.
highlighted items. And
So
and
we-
going from there.
Okay, can we talk about the sand salt storage quickly?
Yeah.
Here's the deal. The sand salt, we were put into a new wind load zone in Mayans. According to the International Building Code. We used to have to build to 120 miles per hour winds. They put us to 140.
Oh, my God.
It is exponentially increasing what's required. So we could do the sand salt building within our budget and do it for probably 25,000. But if we meet the new wind code of 140, it's going to be 80. And so we found out through the last board when we built, if you guys remember, the ball field fences. This was our first project that had to meet 140. It took significant structural engineering to meet that. It took significant cost. The board later said, why didn't you just come to us and ask for a waiver? And so that is one option, is to come to the board. We do have the ability to say we will waive the town from this. This building is out against the new public works. It's out in the country. It would be the roof that would most likely go if there was 140 mile per hour winds, and it would probably hit our own building. So that is the other option. We come to you, we request a waiver, and we do it for 20, 25, or we continue down this path and figure out how to fund an $80,000 building to hold salt and sand. Waiver. So we can bring forward the waiver for your consideration. We'll write it all up, of course, but we didn't know if you would even entertain that. The previous board had said after the fact, why didn't you do that? So
Yeah.
you
You
would-
would Stone Canyon, or any of the other places where we get underground roads, that's out in the plain. That's a waiver.
Okay, well, maybe we will work on that one. So what else is on that list? Kathy, can you go back to the general fund?
Yeah, I think, and the other thing is that we want to keep in mind is that if we want to do any of the Parks and Recreation Fund, which I have up now, we will likely have to use general fund dollars because there will not be any Parks and Conservation Trust. So the other high ticket item aside from the streets is the St. Vrain Trail. To me, those are between the reserve, the streets transfer, and the St. Vrain Trail, whatever kind of direction we can get on those. I mean, it's already more than what we have. So that doesn't mean that we can't, feed some of these smaller ones in, like the kiosk, because that's going to generate revenue. And then some of these other ones we can go and look for grant funding. But I think, those are the three really big ticket items here. Aside from the storage facility for the Public Works building.
Well, and I think the St. Vrain Trail, we're hearing that there may be funding alternatives, so we don't really have a full picture of exactly how much we'll need. So it's tough.
We know for sure that we will need, right, Tracy, 152,000 of town match.
Well, we did get 30,000 from Boulder County, so that leaves us 122,000 shortfall for our match.
That's this year though. We'd have to get them to transfer it to next year, the 30.
Yeah, Boulder County, but then you still have a shortfall for the rest of the design.
We talk to Boulder.
So I'm also though wanting to understand is it the Parks building its own park?
Yeah,
That we
that's not
need
in
to,
here at all.
that we need to build because we've committed to leave.
You haven't committed yet. There's no agreement in place, but
Okay.
it
No,
is
it's right there.
something
It's right there.
that it,
Right, but that doesn't mean we'll be committed to it.
I mean, we don't have an agreement with them.
They've
Right.
really gone down the road of planning for that.
They need to bring forward something for you guys to consider for a proposal. And then, the question has come around as well as should they, since we're relocating for them, is there any skin in the game from them as well to do that?
So Cassie, as we finish this up, what are you, it sounds to me like you're looking for us to tell you what our biggest priority is under the Parks and Rec Fund list. Is that right?
Yes. And then, I think at that point, I'm just going to have to back in and fit what I can fit in there. And,
Uh-huh.
all of those, it's not going to be everything. We'll have to come up with a plan.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
And then also for you to, when people ask you why, why can't we do that? You understand all the competing interests here. So what I'm hearing is try to put the yellow and the asterisk items into the budget. And the rest may have to wait
list.
until we see if we have any other funding sources.
Mhm.
Okay, do you want to
We'll
go
start
back,
there.
Cassie, to the general fund for a second, please?
Sure.
Okay, anything else on here that you would not be comfortable saying to the public? We have to wait.
Well, I don't see anything about fire mitigation.
That's already, Cassie, do you want to address that one?
I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
Fire mitigation.
Fire mitigation.
Yeah, great question. We have, that money is budgeted in 2022. So this list is only unbudgeted projects. So whatever we don't use in 2022, we will roll forward to 2023.
Okay, I guess,
Do you want to add more again? Yeah.
well, what's difficult to know is are we still spending any of that 22 before the end of the year? And so that's where I'm kind of wondering what that number is, so we can have what we know we're going to spend from it and what could potentially roll over. Otherwise, because I don't know what that math is.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think we have spent very much of it this year.
And we'll be talking about that either later or,
Our next
the
meeting,
next
you said.
meeting.
Right now, the only mitigation that has been spent directly is, the goats. And, if we do a second curbside pickup this year. And then, Dave, I don't know if you're on here, but Dave has, been out and done an assessment on the big trees that need to come down on property, since the fire department told us that they did not see a need to mitigate Martin at all. They felt it was not a high-risk property for us, and the two they identified, we put the goats on. And so, it would be whatever we would spend, and Kim probably has these numbers too, whatever we would spend on a second curbside, if you want to do that above and beyond another, we are planning another drop off, which removed 13 tons. We're going to do a full report for you at our next meeting.
Okay.
But, Dave, how much are you planning on trees this year yet? These are on the buyouts in the parks.
This is going out to bid still. We are putting together an invitation to bid for all of the confluence buyout parcels that are north of the river, and also the Christmas house parcel. And it will be for removal of all dead trees, down trees, and dead wood on those parcels. And we've marked the dead trees, and we'll be putting that out to bid hopefully no later than next week. So we'll have bids back hopefully before the end of the month.
Right, thank you.
So we'll know before the next meeting.
So I would say overall of the 100 and, was it 150,000 that was budgeted? Is that correct, Cassie?
I believe it was, yes, 150.
So of that, my guess is you'll probably come in under 50.
Yeah.
For this year. So we will have that available to move forward. But then at the same time I say that, Boulder County has now said we want to coordinate fire mitigation efforts throughout the whole county and use these federal funds. So
Okay, so we need to wrap this up because it's 7 o'clock. So
we have a good starting point.
okay.
I
have a good-
I've got the right direction.
Thank you so much, Cassie.
Thank
as
you.
always.
So this is kind of what we'll be doing on the 22nd, but going
More detail.
department by department,
Yeah.
not line item by line item, but department.
Okay, folks. So we're going to take a 5-minute break or so before we start our regular meeting.
Okay.
Good evening. I will call the Monday, October 3rd, 2022 Board of Trustees regular meeting to order. Clerk Vasquez, can we please have the roll?
Yes, Mayor Rogan,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Farrell, Trustee Delman,
Present.
Trustee Dottie,
Present.
Trustee Edding,
Present.
Trustee Elson,
Present.
and Trustee Williams.
Okay, please rise for the pledge of allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Forward and there. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Is there anything anybody would like to change on the agenda? No, seeing none, I'll call for the vote to approve the agenda.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll take a reflective moment of silence. There's a lot for us to be grateful for this week, for sure. All right, thank you. Now is the time for audience business. Clerk Vasquez, do we have anybody signed up?
No, we sure don't.
Okay. Mr. Sparks, and then we'll see if there's anybody online. So your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes, as I think you know.
Good evening, Nelson Park, 2169 Apple Valley Road.
We're gonna get your microphone. It goes on the other side. There you go. Yeah. Thank you.
Mayor, if you can turn in green. She will do it.
Oh, it's green now. All right.
There you go.
You're good to go. Bill Sparks, 2169 Apple Valley Road. Good evening and thank you, Mayor and trustees. I will keep within the allotted time limit. I have 4 items I would like to address tonight. One, I would like to thank the mayor and trustee Farrell and probably some of the rest of you for all your hard work on the CIMICS issue. The outcome at this point is very favorable for our community. And I think a lot of that goes to the work that Mayor Rogan and Trustee Farrell and I said and others have done. So from my part, thank you. Secondly, beautiful mural out here. I think this is going to be quite the thing for our community. If somebody hasn't brought it up to you yet, I would encourage whoever the right parties are to consider putting something on the north side. I think that would just enhance what's already been done there. I know you're undertaking a decision on golf cars versus golf carts. If it has not been considered yet, there's a number of signs in town that say golf carts, and as part of this evolution to the new language, I hope that will be considered as you go through your budget considerations and signage replacement. But the main thing I'm here for tonight is I am the Lions Community Foundation Vice Chair, and I'm here to talk to you about some of the good news the Lions Community Foundation has received recently. And you may be aware of it from what you have seen on Facebook or other places. In fact, the town newsletter just put out a blurb about the fact Lions Community Foundation was offered a $10,000 matching grant by a local anonymous donor. If we raise $10,000 by the end of the year. In our campaign thus far, Planet Bluegrass has offered to match that. And I can proudly tell you as of tonight, we have in hand a little over $6,800 of that money. We are confident that we will get to the $10,000 amount. And if you individually want to participate or assist in that effort,
we certainly would appreciate your additional support. The town has been gracious in what you put in the newsletter and in other ways. We're not asking for anything from the town, but if any of you individually would like to help us out, we certainly would appreciate it. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody online who'd like to address the Board of Trustees? No. Clerk Vasquez?
I don't see anyone.
Okay. Great, then we will close audience business and move to the Boulder County Sheriff report.
Great, thank you very much. As you see, I got my intern tonight. We're still working together, shadowing and doing that for the smooth transition as well. I expect Cody will be at more board meetings from here on out, so. I have kind of a short report, but I do have a few things to talk about. So this coming Friday, we're gearing up for the homecoming parade, small parade from the school over to Bond Park and back. I think Mitch might have come over to the town hall today and talked to staff, maybe not, but we've got a plan in place. We'll get that out to everybody so everyone's aware. And I have to give a shout out, Lions football 5-0, yay. I was at the game on Thursday and they really did a good job. So looking at some possible state appearances for the football team. So we're also gearing up for all the end of the year festivities, the spectacular, the Raise to the Grave, and then of course the parade lights, stuff like that. So been working with Kim, getting our ops plans together. The spectacular falls on a CU game date, which impacts our staffing heavily. And we're still kind of waiting to see what the kickoff time is because of the amount of resources it takes to staff that on the same night we're doing staffing up here. So we're putting together a plan A, which is an early kickoff, and we have full staffing up here, and a plan B, which is a late kickoff, and we're not so fully staffed up here, but we'll make it work. We always do. I might have to talk to some town officials like I have in the past to maybe man a barricade an intersection around town for those events. Let's see what else we got. Wheels are in motion now for the display of the new substation. I talked with Kim. We've got the idea. We picked out the style badge. So we're gonna get with the artist that works in bronze that you guys are already using for other things and see what we can work out there. And then on stone, but so it's in motion. We're getting ready to get going on that. We did pick up a few graffiti cases over the past couple of weeks. There's still open investigations, a little different from the ones we've had before, which is unusual. So different style, different colors, different script, things like that. So kind of branches off into a new type of investigation. We look at locals or non-locals or things like that. And on the heels of the crime stuff, one of my night shift deputies, Eric Kowitz, he's a regular up here at night. He found an unlocked gate over by the construction off of Carter. So we went in there and checked everything, and we got with the construction crew to just make sure that they're aware that if gates are unlocked and things are readily available, it becomes a crime of opportunity. And I know that I've been saying this for a lot of years, you know, Lyons is a sleepy town. It's generally safe and very peaceful and quiet, but crime doesn't discriminate. And if you make it easy, it'll show up. So lock doors, lock cars, lock garages, keep valuables away, stuff like that. I tend to say that quite a bit. And this is a good example of just, you know, criminals will do what they do. That's always a given, but if you make it easier for them, it becomes a crime of opportunity, or it becomes a prank because it's there and available. It's like, oh, someone in the group has a bright idea and it happens, and then everyone's paying the price for it. So, but we talked to the crew and advised them to keep their stuff locked up so that hopefully nothing else happens over there. And then just a quick highlight of BCSO staff report. We're still down. I know that the board had suggested or brought up the idea of a contract down the future, and that, you know, that's still always a possibility. Probably that'll end up in Cody's lap by that time. And our staffing was, we're down at least 8 right now, with the potential at the beginning of the new year to maybe go down a couple more. So We're still backfilling, but at a pretty slow pace. So unfortunately, the wheels to get an officer trained up are just long, and it just does take a while. So just wanted to give you guys a heads up on that. It doesn't affect clients because we're contracted to be here under the basis of our general contract agreement with day shift and night shift and sergeants and all that. But it does pull away from just the workload when things happen outside of town. So that's where we're at the sheriff's office. The new undersheriff is in play. We're gonna meet with him soon. And then Sheriff Johnson will take over again. That's all I have tonight.
Thank you, Sergeant Christ. Any questions for the sergeant? I have a couple, just a couple, they're easy. So when it comes to the spooktacular, have we thought about hiring some security folks to help, like the folks who helped us over the summer in the parks? If we need them.
haven't traditionally had any issues.
Yeah, traditionally we haven't. It's not out of the question. Unfortunately, we won't know what our staffing will be until with the CU determines their kickoff time.
When do they do that?
Usually at the last minute, like a week out. Talking to Carla.
I think they should fire their coach.
Done. I'll make that happen for you. Carly generally says that usually about a 5-day notice, usually after that last game. Do I dare say, and well, I won't, but based on their record and their performance this year, they tend to get an earlier kickoff because of that. So the draw on TV is not as high for that team right now. So we're leaning. Is that a good flip away? Yeah. I gotta remember I'm in a public meeting.
I think we all understand.
So, okay. So we're hoping for an 11 o'clock kickoff. And if that's the case, we send them home. So even at 12.
And then the other question is about the new graffiti. Is that damage over $1,000?
I have not got a report yet back from Dave
I think we were able to deal with it.
in-house. Okay.
Okay.
It does take a bit to clean it up, depending on how much it is. And it doesn't take long to get up over 1,000.
Yeah, we found some new product to use that Crystal seems to like better. So we were gonna try it in-house first. But it is very different.
Yeah, it was very different.
Right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Trustee Dati, I think has a question.
Yep. So I think a month or so ago, you might have mentioned having an open house at the new substation. You're hoping to coincide that with the ribbon cutting ceremony at the bridge.
On the 18th of
So
October.
that's still.
Cool.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Do you think the new sign will be in place by then?
No.
That, everything like that's still quite behind.
Yeah,
Okay,
but we'll be ready by the 18th for everything else.
Cool.
We have time on that?
Hopefully start this, it'll be around 2:30 on the south side. On the south side of the bridge.
Okay.
And that's what the elementary school has requested, so that as the kids get out at
Right.
2:50,
Right.
they will ride their bikes over it as the grand opening.
Are they gonna be the first to come?
Yeah.
Okay,
So cool.
so 2:30 for the bridge and then.
And so approximately 2:50, the kids will come over, so you could do your open house before and after if you want. It's up to you.
Oh,
Whichever you prefer.
we'll do it after. I don't want to take away from it.
Well, thank
The
you.
bridge is a big deal.
Yeah,
it is a big deal.
Okay.
thank you very much. Appreciate you both. Okay, so moving on to ordinances and public hearings.
Just push it away from you a little bit, your microphone. You're the only one doing it now.
Is that better?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1131 and ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending section 4-1-30 of the Lyons Municipal Code to establish the mill levy by resolution. Can we have a staff report, please?
Thank you. As you mentioned, this is a second reading. We would like to modify the municipal code to allow the mill levy to be established by resolution instead of ordinance, and to change the certification deadline of the mill levy from the November 1st to December 15th to align with the state of Colorado deadlines. The state of Colorado deadlines sometimes have a tight push for us if we don't get our assessed values, our final assessed values from the county assessors, and by utilizing an ordinance to adopt them, it does require 2 meetings, and sometimes that, as it did last year, required us to do a special meeting. So by changing this to adopt it by a resolution, it works better with the timing, and it is very common for municipalities to adopt by resolution as well. We did modify the language in the ordinance from the last reading, so it does include the language of prior to passage of a resolution to fix the rate of tax to be levied upon all the taxable property within the town for municipal purposes. The Board of Trustees shall conduct a public hearing of the resolution. So we will do a public hearing before the resolution is considered. And that concludes my staff report.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions for staff? Then I will open the public hearing. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this ordinance? I don't see anybody online, so I'll close the public hearing and I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 1131, amending section 4130 of the Lyons Municipal Code to establish the mill levy by resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? I think this is a great example of staff suggesting ways to streamline processes. So, so thank you for bringing this forward. And glad we won't have to have a special meeting, I think, for this. So if there are no other comments, I'll call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Right, thank you, everybody. So we have a second reading also of ordinance 1132, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending chapter 8, article 3 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning golf cars and low-speed electric vehicles. Aaron?
Good evening, Mayor, trustees. So with the second reading, we haven't had any changes to make to the actual ordinance as it came through the last one. I don't believe. Again, this was an ordinance that came about to do some registration of golf cars so that the town could have an understanding of how many golf cars there are. One for environmental, to see how much gas we are maybe reducing by not driving cars. From a safety perspective, to have a better understanding if there are golf cars stranded someplace and we need to contact somebody. And then there's some cleanup to the existing golf cars code. We have changed it now to go with golf cars, as Mayor Rogan had mentioned, and not golf carts, because a cart is pulled, a car is propelled on its own. So that's the difference for out there who hadn't heard that. And I think those were the major items for the golf car ordinance.
Any questions for staff? Okay, well then I will open the public hearing regarding the golf car ordinance. Any public comment? Anybody online wish to address the board? Okay, I will close the second public hearing. And I would entertain a motion.
Before we have a motion, I just noticed there is one error in the version that appears in the publicly posted agenda. And that's in Article 3, it says golf cars commonly known as golf cars, rather than commonly known as golf carts, to address the issue that Mr. Sparks was speaking to earlier. For some reason, my copy shows that it's correct, but in the version that's online, it is incorrect. So
Change that. Okay, can that be just an administrative change made?
yeah, I just want to make it clear for the record that we're going to update that to have the correct terminology.
Okay, appreciate that, Attorney Jeff.
Of course.
All right, so, trustee Dati,
I move to approve ordinance 1132 on second reading.
thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
You, Mayor Pro Tem. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to add a comment to the discussion. Brand new person arriving in Lyons, and we just made a bid on a house down from my street, and saw me driving by in my golf car and stopped me and said, "Hold on, wait, is this legal in Lyons?" He was so excited. I'm telling you, this is like a real attraction for our town. I said to him, "This is the reason why people move to Lyons." Just,
I had a neighbor tell me that too.
I'm telling you.
Yep.
He was super excited. He had like this 12-passenger van, and I said, "You need to get the big golf car. Go with the 6 seats, because there's lots of kids, 5 kids." I'm like, "Well, you're gonna want this." Yeah, so anyway, good for the town.
So I just have to add to that. I was at work. I told somebody I live in Lyons and he responded, "Oh, the town allows the golf cars?" He said carts though. I corrected him.
Everybody does.
I corrected him. I did the whole carriage cart horse thing.
Anybody else?
I would, unless you're going to, are you going to make an amendment?
I am.
Okay.
Okay. So I would like to suggest that this ordinance go into effect on January 1st, 2023, to give staff enough time to come up with the process and the forms and everything that's needed to actually register the golf cars, and also track, if we can, the number of vehicle miles traveled saved. So that we can submit that to any entity that needs it, but particularly the Dr. Cog. And hopefully encourage other towns to do the same. So I'm looking for a second to that amendment.
I second that amendment.
Thank you. Any discussion on the amendment?
I think it's an excellent suggestion. I think it's great for tracking. I think it also gives the golf cart owners and drivers around town a chance to become in compliance. And so maybe there's a way, I don't know if there's staff resources around this, to maybe inform the public before January 1st. For me, it's more like, when are we communicating with the town residents so that they understand these are going to be the rules and regulations moving forward? Can we tell them before January 1st, or are we waiting until January 1st?
No, I'll let.
That was the other part of the rationale for this, was not only give staff time to develop a process. We'll need to order stickers or whatever we're going to do for registration, but also time for us to educate the public. And even with the January 1st start date, most people, the majority of people aren't bringing their carts out till more like March or so. So that'll give us some time to also do warnings instead of initial enforcement January 1st. So I think this is a good change to this ordinance and gives everyone a little time to adjust and educate.
I really appreciate that. And I would love to know if we will ever discuss the probationary period or that warning period. Have we talked about, has anybody discussed how long it will be before we actually get a fine?
I don't know that that has been discussed, but given that it is October, November, December, I mean, a couple of months, I think, is probably enough time. And, I don't think anybody is going to be spending all their time on the lookout for scofflaws, but we do want to make sure people are safe. So that's okay. Any other comments on the amendment? Okay, so let's vote on the amendment.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Does anybody have any further amendments for comments?
I just have a comment. And I know we're talking about budgets, etc., but perhaps if we find money to do those wayfinding signs, that we could have golf cart signage included in that possibility. So we can help our feedback of the jump.
Great suggestion. Any other comments? Okay, I'll call for the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Okay, so that brings us to the first reading of ordinance 1133. An ordinance of the town of Lyons amending section 18-140 of the Lyons Municipal Code, repealing and reenacting articles 2 through 10 of chapter 18 of the town of Lyons Municipal Code, and adopting by reference the International Building Code 2018 edition.
So with this ordinance, we would be moving forward the building codes to the 2018 edition. There is one mistake in there. If you see where I mentioned international fire codes, and then I put IRC, it should be IFC, just to be clear, because the IRC is the residential code. Previously, when we adopted the 2015 codes, we didn't do the fire code at that time. Again, there was discussion with the fire department. That's one of the codes that has a bit more involved in it that do have some concerns. Sprinkling single-family homes is one of the big ones from 2015 that was taken out. The board at that time did not want to have the cost of that put forward to residential homes, especially some of the smaller ones that might be built, affordable housing. In case it helps to clear it up, the codes are called the International, let's say, Building Safety Codes, because they are a suite of codes, and the IBC is the International Building Code, is just one of the 13 or 14 codes. The International Plumbing Code, as you see in the International Maintenance Code, the International Swimming Pool Code, there are a number of them in there. And so the town is looking at, again, upgrading from the 2015 codes to the 2018 codes. And our contracted building inspectors are pushing for going with the 2018 codes as opposed to the 2021 codes, because the 2018 codes are more of a modification of the 2015 code, whereas the 2021 codes are a very large rewrite. There are a lot of new items in there that have not been looked at. And they advise how the codes come out every 3 years, and usually the ones go to 2018 year, and then the 2024 year are going to be modifications to the ones that were previously issued. So the 2021 had a bunch of new codes that comes out, and then by 2024, they're going to have some adjustments. And again, when we adopted the 2015, we took a number of amendments from the 2018 and put them into the 2015 because it came out, but we didn't want to adopt it. We got a little bit further than we were comfortable with. Just in case some of this helps to understand why we're going with the 2018, why that was looked at, and not the 2021, and that the 2018 is a modification of the 2015. And so again, we have certain portions that we want to make amendments to. A lot of it is language, just to state instead of building official, it might be you're applying to the town. That's what a number of those amendments are, just to make sure it's legally reading correctly. And then there are a few changes we went through just to make sure the code matches up with the current 2018 code. But most of those amendments are the same amendments we had from the 2015 code.
Thank you, Director Kaplan. Questions for Director Kaplan?
Do you know what is Boulder and Longmont currently at?
I don't know if they've moved to the 2021 or not.
But they're at 2018.
They've been at 2018. They're probably now considering 21. But as Director Kaplan put in his staff report, Louisville had just adopted 20, yeah.
had just adopted the new and then rescinded them following the fire because it was just such a significant change and no one was prepared for that for their rebuild. So, I don't know, did you look it up quick?
Yeah, 2018, they adopted in March of 2020.
Do you think it's a good idea to follow Boulder and Longmont by a 2-year delay? So all the contractors in the area,
And the same.
so all the rich people in Boulder pay the contractors to learn everything, and by the time they know it, they come here and
Yes.
it's not as bad.
I did.
Okay, all right.
It wouldn't hurt.
Hadn't thought about that perspective. Any other questions for staff?
I had a question, a couple actually. I don't understand on 105.1.1 annual permit. So what does that mean if I'm only gonna do a home renovation once in a number of 10 years? Why would I want, or what does this annual permit mean?
I'd have to look through that. Again, it's part of the code that's out there. And so we were making the amendment, I think it's more the wording of the word town instead of building official was the change that we were placing on the annual permit. It sounds like that there are options for a contractor to come in. Someone, say, developing Summit could come in and apply for an annual permit. We've never issued one that I know of. So I'd have to look into it further to see if it was something we wanted to rescind and take out of there.
We'll try to find out and
I
get
think
back
too,
on
that
you.
may just touch a little bit, Erin, on,
Solution.
someone will pull a permit, Erin, and you have so many, 120 days to get an
That's what I was thinking.
inspection. If not, it gets canceled, they'll need to reapply. And that's because we have, and that's true for a lot of the older houses, we have a ton of permits that were never final and closed because they just didn't follow up on it. So I think that has a lot to do with it too.
Thank you. Why don't, we'll try to find out and let you know that before second reading.
That'd be great. And then another one, just a little further down, it's 105.1.2, number 7. Work with commencing before permit issuance is amended by replacing the word building official with town and adding the fee shall be equal 100% of the original building fee in addition to the required permit fee.
So
And I didn't feel it, how did that relate to changing building official to town? And adding, I
Right.
guess part of my concern is that we're getting such small segments without obviously reading thousands of pages of code. So it's hard to put this into a certain correct context. So I struggled when I went through this and felt like I not that I don't trust you and Abbott, but it just feels a little bit like I'm just,
agreed.
you know what I mean?
And that was part of one of the questions was how much of the code to put in there. Can you read again, as you say, if there's thousands of pages, just that whole section. If that was helpful to add certain amounts that if we went with all of 105, let's say if we have amendments in 105.1, to be right, you're not gonna be able to go through all the pages of the manual.
I guess with, okay, well, with this one though, it sort of concerned me, the fee shall equal 100% of the original building fee.
Being if someone starts building without their permit, they will have a double permit fee.
Yes. And we do that now as well.
Penalty if you didn't pull it in the beginning.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, thank you, that helps, good clarification there, but I didn't know if one is really associated with what's written above, but I think it is, so. Okay.
And I think the full section wasn't put in there. It should be the section showing where building official was replaced with town along with the addition.
Can you maybe explain how
how you identified what items you're changing.
Yeah.
Again, so you're right, we just went with what was in the 2015 amendment and went through to make sure that those amendments, myself and Lance, to make sure, and again, checking it more that the codes lined up, that we didn't take code that was in the 2015 ordinance, and then it would mention something that was incorrect in the 2018. So there were no additional amendments as far as did we think something was proper, or did we think this code should not be done? Again, we did ask CAA, the building inspector, if they had any code that they thought should be amended, and they did not have any additional changes. So they said, if you want to go through and see what you've made amendments to in the 2015 and make sure those follow through to the 2018 in the proper order, that you're noting the proper section of code when you go to the 2018, that would be one item to do.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, then I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance 1133 upon first reading and sending it to a public hearing and a second reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? No, I actually have an amendment to propose. Actually, I have two, and we emailed about this earlier, but the words building fee and permit fee are used interchangeably, and I think we need to standardize them. I was confused as to what the difference was. So I don't know, Attorney Dittman, if that suggestion needs to be an amendment or not.
Probably not. I'd probably put in the category of errata, but I mean, it doesn't hurt
Okay.
to put it in an amendment if you want.
Okay, no, I don't feel the need to. I feel like that'll be fine. And then I would also like these to take effect beginning January 1st. I think folks who have ideas and projects in the works could use the time, and we, Trustee Dati and I, when we attended the Chamber of Commerce meeting, the subject was brought up briefly. There was some concern about additional cost, people, oh, you're updating the code, it's gonna be so much more expensive. So this will give us some time to educate people, should it pass second reading. So that's my amendment, proposed amendment is to make the effective date January 1st. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment?
I have a question. I see you nodding your head, so from a staff perspective, but you agree with that?
Sure.
You're supposed-
I'm
okay.
supportive of all those.
And I'd like to add a comment where I think information to the general public is really important, whether it's golf cars or these building codes, and maybe just kind of like, what's the word for those, dots? Just kind of like bullet points, just letting people know, like, these are the changes to the new building code. So there are no surprises, right? So people are like, heads up, we're going to 2018, and these are the big, I look at the window wells and having them covered with a grate, like, fantastic idea to keep people safe. And just letting people know, like, the big changes.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize the point. If people complain about this being not business friendly, if we stagger 2 years behind Boulder and Longmont, then you can't say we're less business friendly than now. So I would just constantly bring up, we're purposely staggering 2 years behind Boulder on this.
Any other comments before we vote on the amendment? Okay. Voting on the amendment.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Any other comments or proposed amendments before we vote on first reading of ordinance 1133? No? Okay, we'll call for the vote.
And that also passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, we are moving on to the consent agenda. Clerk Vasquez, would you please read consent into the record?
Yes, item 1 is resolution 2022-89, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the Board of Trustees' decision to waive the wastewater connection requirement for Mud Hut LLC located at 4033 Ute Highway. Item 2 is resolution 2022-90, resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the modification of ADOLA Renewable and Clean Energy Initiative, House Bill 21-1253, grant contract for partial funding of the construction of a solar farm and battery storage project. Item 3 is resolution 2022-91, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting public improvements at 4170 Route Highway. Item 4 are the October accounts payable, and item 5 are the September 19th, 2022 Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
Thank you, Clerk Vasquez. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. Is there any item any trustee wishes to pull from the consent agenda? Mayor Pro Tem?
Number 2, please.
Right. Thank you. Any other items anybody wishes to pull from consent? Okay, we will vote on consent as amended.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I had a question, but I'm trying to remember my notes before I'm trying to see here. So I'm all for this idea, but I wanted to know, how do we know we'll get the 480,000 grant or 30% of the Inflation Reduction Act that pays for that? So the fiscal impact, I guess, is what I'm questioning. It seems like we're saying we want to pass this, but we don't know yet if we're going, how much we're really going to get. I suppose kind of want some more information on that.
Right, correct. So there is definitely still some questions out there, but we've been attending a number of meetings and reading up on the discussion on this change so that we could potentially get more than 30%. If we were to get less than 30%, again, we were previously going out with the hopes that we might get 12%. The previous project was looking for a financier to do the whole project and then own this facility. So they could get the solar tax credit, which was up at 24%, I think it was. And the hopes were that maybe they would give us 12%. So now that the federal government had come out saying they are specifically going to be offering direct payments to municipal governments. The language in there talks about certain items that need to be met. From flood recovery, you might have heard some of the items that were American-made products, or doing the workers. Now I can't remember what we need for CD.
Dave's Bacon.
And so a number of those were listed in there, but the language then starts to state if those are, if the project doesn't start before 2023, you are required, it scales up. If you start in 2023, you don't have to worry about David Bacon at all. If you start in 2024, you're going to have more to get certain percentages. So we were pretty comfortable that we would be able to get the 30%. We don't yet specifically know, but it does look like the longer we wait, the more hurdles we will have to jump to be able to get those savings.
I'm just wondering how we budget this, then I guess that's where I'm, when we talk about budget.
Sure. So the resolution in front of you is not, you've already accepted the budget. You've already accepted the grant and the project with the state. All this is doing is ratifying that the feds have now said, instead of having these tax credits go to private organizations, they will give more if the muni does it. And so this is all part of our, we already have the contract with the state to do the project. This reduces the amount the town would have to contribute.
That we've already committed to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
If anything, we've over budgeted because we didn't know that
Yes.
this change in law would happen, right? So
We
the
were only
project-
planning on 12% and now we have a minimum of 30.
I think I'm beginning to understand.
Yeah, so this is not changing our grant agreement with DOLA. We already did that. This is just, we had to send DOLA an updated letter just saying, instead of going out for bid to let others get the tax credits, that we would go for them ourselves. And that's all it is.
Thank you. Are you satisfied?
Yes.
Okay, great. So is there a motion to approve resolution 2022-90? So moved. All right, is there a second? Thank you, trustee Williams. Any discussion? Okay, so let's vote on resolution 22-90.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And thank you for that question, because I think it was a good clarifying question.
It was
Appreciate it. Okay, so moving on to boards and commissions, we have Steve Sims from the EAB who asked to be on tonight's agenda. So, Mr. Sims, thank you for sending that information in advance. It did come kind of late. So I'm not sure that everybody had an opportunity to review it. So I will ask you to, if you can, kind of give us the short version, 10 minutes or less, and then we can answer any questions and have some discussion. Does that sound good?
That sounds great. Can everybody hear me okay?
You betcha.
Thumbs up. Okay. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to inform you about this as an advisory board. This is related to Boulder County planning to perform aerial spraying on 30 acres of Hall Ranch property, the Corona Hill, within the Town of Lyons jurisdiction. What we are requesting is that the Boulder County have their spraying plan be revised by the town for input and comments and its compatibility with the town's integrated weed management plan. Just a little bit of background, and everyone making sure you can still hear me okay. Okay. The Board of Trustees is the Board of Trustees is the town's official weed advisory board required by the state. In 2019, our board and the Parks and Rec Commission were jointly asked to prepare a sustainable weed management plan for local and state noxious weeds. This work was accomplished with the staff's input, and then the trustees voted unanimously to adopt the management plan, which is also required by the state. Also, according to our town code, such management plan may be adopted by the Board of Trustees and once adopted, shall govern the management, control, elimination, and disposal of local and state noxious weeds by landowners and public employees within the town. In this case, plans by the Boulder County, the landowner, for spraying a spraying campaign on 30 acres of land, which is really under our town's jurisdiction, appears to be going forward without any real input from the Town of Lyons, the Board of Trustees. And there are approximately 15 abutting neighbors along Prospect, Mealy, Ewald Street. There's a bee aviary in that area, and there's our community gardens started by Garima Fairfax that she worked on for probably 15-ish years now to get it going. There's also drainage from this area into our town's stormwater sewer system and thence into the St. Vrain Creek. It appears that the county's intention so far is to hold only an informal neighborhood meeting. We would like to have the county work maybe directly with the EAB or the BOT. Our role as the EAB is to act as an advisory commission to your board on all matters pertaining to the establishment of provision for the proper utilization, protection, and natural resources, and for the protection of our watershed resources within the town. Since the unleaded fuel spill just devastated so many of our fish population, and the proposed herbicide is equally toxic to fish, we would like to be the board to be aware of these matters. With this memo, we advise you of this county anticipated action and request that the trustees exert the town's regulatory responsibility by A, require the spraying plans for the herbicide application be communicated in advance to the town, not just sometime this fall, and B, requiring the town be provided the opportunity for review and input on these plans, also in advance of the anticipated action. And C, requiring that a record of the spraying, the types of chemicals used, the weed treatment, the acreage, et cetera, be provided to the town per our town's weed management plan. We know that there's considerable flexibility in our town's weed management plan, and there is local knowledge such as stormwater drainage that is relevant. Thus, there may be considerable advantage to both Boulder County and the town by providing such local review and due to the exchange of information that will facilitate the mitigation that they want to achieve in that area. There's some legal issues. Unlike most of the county's open space land, this 30 acres portion of Hall Ranch is entirely within the town's jurisdiction. There's a map attached in the flyer. The land is zoned by the town of Lyons, not by the county. It is included in our comprehensive plan and not included in Boulder County's comprehensive plan. Other matters may arise in the future in which it will be important for the public and the town and the county governments to have clear understanding of governmental jurisdiction over this parcel. There's also should concerned neighbors contact the town or the county. We would like clarification on that. Kind of almost towards the end here. There's environmental issues, including fire protection. Per an email by Hall Ranch Open Space Ranger John Queen to several residences, the herbicide Rejuva is the brand name. It's indesflamin herbicide. That's the chemical name. This herbicide is to be sprayed from the air, which is not very controlled, to help restore native vegetation by controlling the invasive annual cheatgrass, and also to reduce the fire hazard the grass creates in the summer. However, this herbicide will also control, quote unquote, control most other annual species, and therefore, according to the product label, removal of dense stands of annual grasses and other weeds in designated areas with few perennial species remaining may result actually in large bare areas of ground void of any vegetation. Before making applications in such areas, a multi-year restoration management plan should be in place, is what we are requesting. Clearly, the bare ground created can set stage for more cheatgrass growth, and the town of Lyons should be informed also of the multi-year management plan that is required by the product label. Also, fire breaks on this parcel may be needed to protect homes abutting the property, whether the cheatgrass is treated or not. Also, according to this product label, surface watery advisory is posted. This pesticide may impact surface water quality due to runoff of rain. This product is classified as has high potential for reaching surface water via runoff for several months or more after application. And this product is toxic to fish, aquatic invertebrates, and plants. After a spraying application, the chemical persists by design in the soil. In this regards, according to the town's stormwater management plan, which is also in figure 3, there's a clear route for runoff entering the St. Vrain Creek. And this should occur several months or more after this could occur several months or more after the application. The hazard could possibly be avoided. Boulder County and town could therefore benefit from a local review. A record of what chemicals were used and where is also needed and required by the town policy for its parks open space holdings. So in summary, we would like to say that our board, as an advisory board to the town board, we ask the town board provide the Board of Trustees with advice on this topic. We therefore advise the town board to seek review of the county's plans for spraying of this parcel by this chemical herbicide in order to provide input and comments and to examine the planning action compatibility with the town's integrated weed management plan. We would like communication from either town staff or mayor or Boulder County to provide a copy of the town's integrated weed management plan and request that the plans for the spraying of the herbicide on this 38-acre parcel be communicated to the town for its review and the opportunity for comment. Thank you for listening to that, but I just wanted to also get it on record. So I
Appreciate that, Mr. Simpson. Appreciate all of your work on this, really. And, you know, the reason that Boulder County wanted to have a neighborhood meeting in the first place is because I reached out to them. So I don't want you to think that the Board of Trustees and staff have been ignoring this issue.
Okay.
So I hear what you're saying. I don't know whether that meeting has happened yet, but I think that the way that I would like to start out this conversation is by asking Attorney Dittman if the town of Lyons has any jurisdiction over the land that is proposed to be sprayed.
Thank you, Mayor Rogan. So I think an issue that I'm not exactly sure. It's been presented tonight that this is within the corporate limits of the town of Lyons, but my understanding from previous discussions that not all of this area is within the corporate limits of Lyons itself. And if that is the case, and I'm not sure, I'm not the facts on the ground on this. Any area that's outside of the town of Lyons, if it's controlled by the county, we're not allowed to regulate at all. And that's specifically contained within the noxious weed management state statute. That's 35.5.5.106, part 1, which is that no municipal ordinance, resolution, rule, or other regulation or any other exercise of power pursuant to this article, which is the noxious weed management article, shall apply to unincorporated lands or facilities outside the corporate limits of the municipalities. So if any part of this is outside of the corporate limits of Lyons, we can't regulate it. That would be my first, area of caution. The next piece of state legislation would be concerned with, if we're trying to exert our regulatory authority over the county, is the pesticide act itself, which is basically the equivalent of the federal regulations for pesticides contained within state law. And within that section, and we discussed this at length during our multiple sections that discussing the noxious weed management program, it says that your local unit of government may not regulate or prohibit the registration, labeling, distribution, use, sale, or enact notification provisions for pesticides that are more stringent than those contained on the state. And so while we can have great power to regulate ourselves, which we do through the noxious weed management program, our ability to regulate outside entities such as the county are much more limited. And so my second, point of caution from trying to exert regulatory authority over the county. My recommendation, which has been my recommendation in the past, is that we have a conversation with the county on this, but until we can see for sure, one, that this is wholly contained within the municipal limits of Lyons, and then two, what we're, had to do an analysis of what the EAB is asking is consistent with the state requirements for registration and notification. It may not be something we can do. And so I have not, I don't know all the details of where this land is located or what exactly, we want to do. I haven't analyzed it against the state regulations, but given this is the town of Lyons attempting to apply its rules, it's really developed for itself on an outside entity. Those are the two analyses we'd have to do.
And Steve, I hear what you're asking for. And I wrote them down. So you're asking for the plans for spraying in advance. You're asking for the opportunity to review these plans and provide input. You're asking for a record of which and when chemicals are being sprayed. And you're asking to be informed of the multi-year weed management plan on behalf of the counties. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And notification, like proper notification for the the community gardens, botanical gardens, the aviary, because we don't know what the impact will be to those citizens. There's probably 50 beehives adjacent to that property.
Yeah.
And then we don't know if there's any children that have any kind of reactions to this with the St. Vrain Valley School District and spraying. There's always posting, there's a requirement for posting of uses of herbicides because if there's any type of reaction to the students at the school. So that concept applies to people who live along this boundary line.
Well, you know, I think that given what Attorney Dittman said, and the truth is that, you know, we can apply our weed management plan to property that is owned by the town of Lyons. So the St. Vrain Valley School District property is not owned by the town of Lyons. So we can't apply our plan to them, right? In the same way, we can't tell Boulder County what they can do on their land, is the long and the short of it. I think what we can do, and I think your requests are extremely reasonable and the EAB's requests are extremely reasonable, is ask staff to work with county staff to make these things happen. So I would look to the board to see whether there's additional input or agreement or disagreement or.
We've already met with them when we scheduled this meeting.
So I guess I'm just worried about the eagles. And I'm not sure if anybody's reached out to Fish and Wildlife. I'm not sure. I'm looking at the boundary line. I'm not sure if it's at the same level as our cliffs above the Vern Johnson. But I'm just surprised because that's such a protected area and Fish and Wildlife is so restricted as to noise and any disturbance really around those nests. And we know we've had eaglets this past year. I'm just wondering if we should have, if Fish and Wildlife could also be involved in that conversation, depending on how close that spray is to that protected area.
And they've been doing this for years and years.
Administrator Simonson, would you like to comment?
No, it was all in the, I believe it was in the report, maybe not, because this kind of came late. Our staff has already met with Boulder County about this. And it was actually code compliance that met with him in regard to the fire mitigation components and, you know, would they consider the goats on this hill kind of thing. And also I think hopefully Director Cosgrove is on this call as well, but we have made several efforts. They did agree to meet with the neighbors, but it's my understanding from what the county sent to us that this is numerous years into it and they've been tracking how it's affecting all these noxious weeds. So I think there's more to go here, but not knowing this was going to be an agenda item, we don't have it in your packets.
Thank you. Any other trustees have any comments?
Do we know when they want to do this? They said specifically?
Say that again. It was a little hard to hear.
Do they, have they said specifically when they want to spray?
We have not heard.
Okay. Because I also was questioning the eagle. Part of me thinks how ironic it is that they won't let us put a simple single track trail anywhere near an eagle, but they're willing to spray it, you know, terrible chemical. So, but I definitely think that we as a town and as a board can take perhaps a letter or stand. You know, it might not change their minds because we have won some, lost some, but perhaps, you know, at the very least, we can communicate the requests that you've outlined and just say, you know, we would really appreciate that a pause in the process or something. So, you know, addressing these concerns would be grateful.
Well, and I think at the very least, communication is so important. And I think there needs to be some kind of timeline. There needs to be, I don't know what the state law is for that matter, but I'm sure it's outlined somewhere how much advance notice you need to give. or if there needs to be a public hearing, or if there needs to be a public notice, and how far in advance?
I'm
So
not
we're-
It's on their
sure.
land, if it's on their land.
They're not required to if it's on their property. But I think it's more than reasonable to have a conversation and say these are the concerns of our ecology advisory board and of our residents. And so, you know, I appreciate it, the offer of a neighborhood meeting. Has that happened yet, Steve? The neighborhood
Not that I
meeting?
know of, not that I know of.
Okay. But you know, I think it's of enough concern to people, like, you know, we could invite them to come to a board meeting and discuss the issue. You know, and we might not like the answer that we get, to be quite frank. You know, sometimes we get answers that we don't want to get, but we can at least have the conversation and make the request for a more collaborative process going forward. I'm seeing nodding. Does that mean? Okay, so are we then in agreement that we should direct staff to reach out
Yes.
and have a meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, that looks like that's what.
I'm trying to see if it's scheduled to happen before the next meeting.
Okay. Okay, so is it Miss Attorney Dittman?
Yeah, I kind of jumbled, I think, the second citation for the limitation on the town's ability to regulate third parties in the application of pesticide. And I just want for the record just to clear up the site on that one. It's CRS 3510 112.5, which is entitled Statewide Uniformity of Pesticide Control and Regulation. And it, you know, pretty, you know, extensively says what we can't do. Which includes passing any ordinance or regulation concerning the application of you know, pesticides other than our own. So it's pretty extensive. And I remember this is an issue we kind of ran up against when we were working with these issues earlier.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification.
May I ask a question?
Let's have Trustee Dolman.
So everything in there, Attorney Dittman talks about pesticides, but this is an herbicide. Is that going to make a difference?
Yes.
So I think it does make a difference. So all this falls under FIFRA, which is the Fungicide, Insecticide, Rodenticide, Herbicide Regulation Act from the federal government. There's a separate section for we looked at this before, a separate side for herbicide too. I think is pretty similar. We cannot put those regulations. I can find that for you, but and again, this came in late. You know, I'm kind of shooting from the hip here, but I know having looked at this before that we're pretty limited in what we can do. But I'll find you the one for herbicide as well. And the site I gave you earlier for the limitations on noxious weed management, that those are still correct. That's 5.5106. It falls under the same act. But there's also a similar restriction on herbicide, and I can find that one for you. And as it's searching for pesticides, it comes to mind first, but there's a similar one for herbicide as well.
That's a great question, Trustee Dolman. Thank you.
It's a good clarification.
So Mr. Sims, do you want to take that back to the Ecology Advisory Board? See what you think at your next meeting. Does this sound like an okay plan to move forward?
Yeah, to have a community meeting.
To have a conversation, staff will have a conversation with Boulder County staff to try to put together some sort of collaborative effort to get you what you've requested, which I think which are really reasonable requests.
Yeah.
So that's the way that we'll move forward, if that sounds good. Okay.
For our next meeting, can we get, how do we get clarification on the jurisdiction of that property? There's something's unclear.
Well, Attorney Dittman will look into that.
There's 30 acres within the town limits that my understanding is if we're not the property owner, you know, we can only request.
So does that make sense?
Unless the assessor site is wrong, which it could be too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what, our noxious weed management policy can't apply at all if it's not within our corporate limits.
But is
And
it
then,
within
and
our
then it
own
becomes a question of what the extent to which our
Yeah,
policy is more extensive than that required by the state for the ones that
So-
are within our corporate limits. And, we're, I mentioned earlier, for pesticides, extremely limited. I know there's an equivalent one for herbicides as well. I just haven't found it yet as I'm looking through here. I pulled up the wrong one. But it'd be an analysis basically whether our requirements are more restrictive than the states. And if they are, we wouldn't be able to apply them.
okay, so, and Administrator Simonson just had a really great point. Could you repeat that?
I once heard you say that we didn't have control if it was not owned by the town. Now you're saying if it's not within, if it's in the corporate limits. So this is all of Hull Ranch that they do this to. It is not just this little section along Corona Hill. There is 30 acres of Hull Ranch, well, not what we think of as Hull Ranch, but of this hill that is in the town limits. And I don't know why it's in the town limits. I don't know how, or when that happened, but our zoning map shows 30 acres of it is in the town limits that abuts to the north of the Ewald neighborhood, or west, I'm sorry, west.
And just to clarify, Administrator Simons, I'm just saying there's two levels of analysis, not necessarily that we could apply our noxious weed management policy, even on the portions that are within the town. It's just that there's no question we can't if it's outside the corporate limits. It sounds like most of this property is outside the corporate limits. And then we'd have to do a separate analysis if there are any parts that are within the town limits and whether we could. And the likely answer is that we still cannot. But without knowing kind of this late hour, which pieces are and which pieces aren't, I was just giving you the obvious answers. The majority of this property, we'd have very explicitly no power to regulate.
So I think then the question for the board is, do we want to direct Attorney Dittman to investigate this further and see whether we can?
For the pieces we own, or they're within
The
our
pieces,
corporate
for
limits.
the pieces, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
I think at the very least, this would create some sort of buffer between Boulder County's open space and the town, even if we just were able to exclude those 30 acres from the spraying. I feel like that would create a buffer between the residents, those 15 residents living in Corona Hill, and Boulder County Parks and Open Space. I think that's
And we
really
would have to find another way to remediate that problem, because it is, there's a reason that they do it.
When you talk to Teresa,
Yeah.
to the
Galati.
director
Yeah.
regarding this.
I did. I talked to the director of Parks and Open Space regarding this.
Yeah.
So, okay, so the question on the table is the direction to have Attorney Dittman further investigate this to see if we have any control over any of that property in terms of weed management.
Secondly, have staff meet with BOCO, share the concerns of the
Yeah.
EAB,
Yeah,
and request their addressing.
yeah, and second, and what Administrator Simonson said was meet with BOCO, express the concerns and see if they want to have a discussion, a collaborative approach to addressing them. Is that, okay, I'm seeing that. Okay, all right, so. Yes,
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. The only piece I put on, I think we first need to determine how much, if any of this is within the municipal limits.
okay,
And so that's a step one. And if there is any, only then do we look into to what limited extent can we enforce our regulations on it.
yep, great. Okay,
Perfect.
all right, thank you, Mr. Sims, appreciate you coming to the board.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate the consideration and your time.
You're welcome.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Erin. Oh, sorry.
Good night, Erin. Okay, so we have one discussion direction item, and that's on the Martin Marietta special use referral request. Administrator Simonson.
Thank you. This will be quite brief. The town received a recent notification from the county that Martin Marietta Materials, also known as MMM, is appealing a decision made by Boulder County's planning director, Dale Case, in regard to, he had denied their special use review to continue or to resume mining. on 881 acres. This property does lay within our 3-mile area. And so at this point, we are needing to know if the town of Lyons wants to give an opinion on this or not, because we were notified. And I believe the mayor's got more background on this. But the hearing is scheduled for October, tomorrow? Oh,
No.
Wednesday. And whether or not we want to formulate any kind of opinion or not to give to their Board of Adjustments.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So, so I have some history with this issue. So Martin Marietta owns 5 acres of land outside of Lyons within our 3-mile planning area. They, in January 17, they decided they wanted to mine, they got a permit to mine. And they never opened the mine. They never conducted any mining permit, any mining activities. So if you don't do that after 5 years, your mining permit expires, right? So they came, this is gonna sound familiar, they came for an extension and they argued that their mining permit did not expire because they mowed the lawn and mitigated for prairie dogs. They never opened the mine. So that came before, I have some notes here, and I'm giving you the short story. That came before the Board of Adjustments, the Boulder County Board of Adjustments, who, there are 5 members. They, in order to pass something, have to have a supermajority. And so they only had 3 of 5 of the Board of Adjustments folks say, no, this permit has expired. So if this was appealed to district court, this was appealed to the Colorado Appeal Court, and this was appealed to the Colorado Supreme Court. The Colorado Supreme Court agreed with the Colorado Court of Appeals and ruled that no mining had occurred, and Director Case should reverse his decision, his original decision, saying that mining had occurred and the special use permit should be extended. So Director Case did that. He determined that he was wrong. He reversed his 2017 decision. And now Martin Marietta is appealing that determination to the Board of Adjustment again. So they're attempting to relitigate this. And so the question is, does the town of Lyons want to take a position either way, yes or no? And if yes, then what position does the town of Lyons want to take? So, and I'm happy to, I know that was super quick and I've got pages and pages of this, but so I'm happy to offer more details.
What's the relationship between Martin Marietta and Cemex? The plant?
I don't know that there's a formal relationship. But it's a gravel mine. So I don't know whether Cemex would be able to use gravel mined at Martin Marietta to make their product.
I think aggregate and cement are different substances, for minings. I don't think they're interchangeable anyway.
Well, where I'm kind of going through with this is thinking about other scenarios where Cemex might want to sell their plant to Martin Marietta. If Martin Marietta gets the permit to mine in an actual place that is next to each other. And so are we potentially setting ourselves up to be right back into the same situation that we are with Cemex, wishing for them to just completely go away? So my feeling is in the long run, it might be beneficial for the town to take a position saying that we do not want Martin Marietta to mine in the valley. Because the potential of them then finding a plant to process their mining is right next door. So that's my concern.
Yeah, and I think the question before the board is, do we support Director Case's determination that the mine mining never occurred on that property, and thus the special use permit has expired. So that's, although I
Right.
absolutely agree.
Right, so yes, that's how I feel.
So I'm confused. Who do we make the recommendation to, or who do we make the
We'll do
statement to?
The Board of Adjustments.
The Board of Adjustments, okay. Okay, because you said they're relitigating, so it sounded to me like it's going to court, not necessarily to the Board of Adjustments.
Well, yeah, I didn't literally mean litigate.
Okay.
They're
gotcha.
they're
So
trying
re-arguing
again.
it to the Board of Adjustments.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
They have
Right.
filed litigation. They have filed litigation.
Against the Board of Adjustments?
No, against, Boulder County. It's in his cover memo. It has the name of the company and everything they've hired. They've hired Otten, Johnson, Robinson, Neff, and Raganetti to represent them at the BOA hearing. Oh, arguing that his logic is flawed and their permit is still valid.
And they're a firm that often is on the side of developers and local government permitting decisions, so they're pretty frequent participants in this space.
And by saying that Director Case's logic is flawed, they're also saying that the logic of the Colorado Supreme Court is flawed.
But I mean, yeah, and potentially that they got it wrong. I mean, the Colorado Supreme Court sent it back to the to the Planning Commission with instructions, I believe. It's been a while since I've looked at the case, but they're saying that they can't argue that the Supreme Court got it wrong, but they can say you're doing it wrong. Basically, you're not following the instructions of the Supreme Court. And so we have to look and see what the instructions were for how they should have, the Supreme Court, how they instructed the Planning Commission to evaluate it on now.
Okay.
And that's called a remand. Do you ever see that, in a decision? A remand means you send it back to wherever the first place it was with instructions.
So technically, we're not making a recommendation. No, we don't want you to mine. We're making a recommendation. Mowing the lawn is not mine.
Right, we're
In our purview?
well, we're making a recommendation either for or against supporting Director Case's last
Okay,
and final decision.
okay.
I guess my main concern is favoritism. And I feel like if the Board of Trustees was against mining or extending the mining permit for Cemex, I don't see why the Board of Trustees would be for mining at Martin Marietta. I don't know what their record is with pollution, but I just feel like I wouldn't want to have a preference between either or. So I think if the BOT agreed to, I guess, not deny, well, I guess make a motion to support denial of their permit request, and I feel the same way about that. Just to be consistent.
Trustee Delman?
I say we should support the denial that mowing is not mining.
Okay, so yeah, Attorney.
Yeah, and just so I get, a little more clarity on this, what happened was in the court level is that the Court of Appeals had issued an order to remand it back to the Boulder County Board of Adjustments, where the director can reconsider whether special use permit had expired, but basically upholding the prior decision. But they may consider at this point equitable arguments that Martin Marietta has in fact, maintained its permit. So it's basically go do it again with these kind of guardrails is what the direction is back to the Board of Adjustments. So what we would saying is we support the director's understanding that the permit has expired, which the Board of Adjustments has to make a decision on. If that's clear as mud at this point.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so this meeting is scheduled unfortunately on Yom Kippur, as many public meetings have been. Administrator, if it's okay with everybody, for Administrator Simonson to represent the town during this meeting, if that would work with your schedule, and then I'll write a statement. Is that good?
Just staff direction. Is this it?
Okay. Does that work for you, Administrator Simonson?
Make it work. Do you know the time on the fifth?
I don't, but I can find out, and if you can't make it,
We can find out. We can, no, I'll make it work. I can adjust things.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you, everybody, for that. All right, it's trustee report time. So I had a couple of requests to make trustee reports a little bit more interactive to provide some space for a more free flow of ideas. And so I think what we'll try is after every trustee report, we can all have an opportunity to ask questions or provide comments. And if an issue comes up that seems like it's going to take a more substantive discussion, we can add it to a future agenda. Does that sound good? Okay. I can't remember which way we started last time.
You started here.
Thank you. Trustee Williams.
Next meeting of the Historic Preservation Committee is the week from Wednesday. We had talked last time, Trustee Henning had brought up concerns about our teens based on his work with the teens, which as a psychotherapist, specifically offering pastoral counseling. But within the industry, this is a major concern post-COVID. And we're seeing much increased suicidal ideation among kids. We're seeing a lot more bullying. We see major issues related to gender dysphoria with kids based on the over 200 laws that are now pending in over 30 states, 17 that have been passed, taking away the civil rights of transgender children. My opinion is that existing psychological treatment systems within school systems are lacking generally, nationally. And that often the county and state are focused very much on social service issues that can overshadow the more typical issues that the majority of kids are facing. I'd love to see us discuss what the town may or may not be able to do in this area. And I don't really, it's frustrating because we're always, 5-hour meetings and don't really have time to kind of settle in on this stuff. But I would like us to just, maybe we can do nothing, but maybe we can do more. Because our kids are, in fact, our teens are in trouble and not enough is being done. So.
Thank you for bringing that up, and that is actually on our agenda for our next meeting. So we just talked about this today. Staff is going to gather some information to present to us about what
County and services and what the school district has in place.
Yeah, so we have a baseline to start the discussion.
If you could maybe check with Outboulder on that as well.
Let's
Outboulder specifically.
Any other questions or comments for Trustee Williams?
Yeah, can I, this might be jumping ahead. So the student advisory committee met last night in this room, and they talked over an hour about mental health of teens and Lions. They gave me a lot of reasons why Lions in particular was having problems, which I thought was very interesting. Some of the things that there are some things I think demonstratively action items that we can do. We do have an action item. Lori Barton, who's head of LEAF, they have a mental health counselor, and she wanted to get involved with the student advisory committee to see how they could play some role in this. I think the thing is getting kind of beyond my pay grade. This is not my area of expertise. But I do know the next activity is, I can give you all the notes from that meeting last night. And then if somebody that is just better qualified, Jocelyn or Paula, if you would like to meet with Lori and the student advisory committee, it would probably be better better job than I can do.
Well, and I think since
And the-
staff is collecting this information to give to us, I think having
Somebody,
someone staff there,
yeah,
yeah.
okay. But I have a lot of notes and there was a lot of just really concrete, really good stuff.
Yeah,
That I
would
think-
like to have the opportunity.
Yeah.
With them, coming like this.
So maybe since this sounds like it's probably more of a workshop topic that we need to spend more than just 15 minutes on, maybe at our next meeting, we bring back what is out there for services and kind of frame it. And then from there, if you decide you want to have a workshop and really get into something more, but right now it's on, it's one of about 5 general business items for next meeting.
I think it deserves more time. than
Yeah,
that.
I agree, but I don't know if you want to wait until we are booked on workshops through the first meeting in November.
Yeah,
And so we can either bring back what we can find for services and, but I would love to see some of these different groups. Same with housing and human services probably has an interest in being involved on this as well, I would think.
Even before we go workshop it, it would be marvelous if those of us, either adolescents who are in the system at this point, or those of us who are professionals in that area, need to get. I'd like to take our direction primarily from the students.
perhaps this is one of those situations where a task force might be a good idea.
Yeah, because we don't have any staff on staff that are experts in this either. We rely on
Yeah.
Boulder County, public health. And we have a couple commissions that have a strong interest, but
But it sounds like
We
since
don't
we
have
have some expertise and interest on the board, maybe a task force.
Yeah.
would
I'm
assist them in that.
happy to serve in that area. I do not have any conflict of interest because I am not currently treating children in the school system.
so let's
Mayor
try to
Pro Tem?
kind of frame it for next meeting and then you can form a task force if you so choose.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I was just gonna say that I was invited to meet with Lee and Greg, and I would, been thinking maybe pulling myself out of that and replacing you.
Try, there's a negative sign in the middle of your microphone too.
There's 2 on as well.
I think it's there, there we go.
You're at almost.
So if I can,
It's her laptop.
anyway, yeah, if I can pull myself out and connect with Paula.
Yeah, and then I'll eventually pull myself out.
Yeah.
It's not my
And-
core competency.
And, if this is about information that's gonna come back to the whole board, then somebody from staff should really be involved. Yeah, think about who that could be, yeah. I mean, unless you disagree.
Or maybe it's just informational gathering at this
Let's
point.
just see where it goes. I mean, like I said, we
Okay.
just don't have a public health department.
I know. I just want to make sure that everybody's
Sure,
hearing the same thing.
We'll start framing it over the next 2 weeks.
Okay, that sounds good. All right. Thank you.
So the EAB was busy, obviously, from our presentation tonight. That took up most of the last meeting.
Mhm.
The SFC, so we have a meeting on the 13th. Nothing since our previous meeting, the SFC, other than getting the requests from the budget.
Okay. So we talked about asking both of those commissions about the pros and cons of combining into one commission. Did that happen?
So I asked them to brainstorm about it and come back. So we haven't come back to talk about it yet.
Okay.
Everyone's thinking about
Okay,
it.
awesome.
Yes.
Go ahead. Let's see if this is. Oops.
Yeah, okay, so
This kind of comes up from a comprehensive standpoint. The timing of, as we have identified the various commissions in the comp plan and our policies, which we're right in the middle of, if we're gonna make an adjustment to combining commissions, and perhaps, re-evolutionize marriage, what are the words, creating something new that combines the two. This would be the ideal time for us to be able to have that in the comp plan. So my just thinking would be sooner than later. we could, come together with a name. I know that planner David Kimmett came up with some suggestions that weren't just climate advisory board, because he felt that there were some elements that environment and climate might be a little bit different. So he had some suggestions that could then be explored. But from a timing standpoint, if it's reasonable,
Next meeting.
getting that wrapped up and tied with a nice little bow would be great.
And we do want their input for sure, and it's up to the Board of Trustees. Because we establish boards and commissions by ordinance.
Yeah.
So we do want their input, but it's the board that's gonna have to have this decision and discussion. When the time comes.
Great, thank you. Okay, that's my response to that.
Any other comments, questions? Trustee Wilson? No, how's the new job?
I haven't started, I started next week.
Did you go to the new company?
I'm going to the new company.
The new company.
Fabulous.
I've been here 3 years and I've been with 5 companies.
Good for you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah. I don't have a ton because I feel like my world has been comprehensive planning mainly. Some things that we are still trying to consider. First off, the 10th, which is a week from today, is public meeting and input. It's super important if you all can be there. I will not be there, but I feel like it's in really good hands, and especially with David Hemrick at the helm.
Yeah.
And I really want to thank staff, because I really do feel that they're all putting a lot of effort in this as well. So thank you for that. But some things that are kind of coming up that we're talking about from a potential PCDC level and comprehensive plan that, you constantly think of new things. Design guidelines. The discussion has come up that we really don't have a great design guideline, especially, beyond downtown. And perhaps though we can put some things into the comprehensive plan that sets the parameters of, well, we want to develop a set of design guideline standards that might include or exclude, for example, we don't want to franchise, for an example. So those are some things that are possibly going to end up getting added, but it would be after the 10th. I don't think we can put it together before that. And then I'm looking forward to staff's input about the Treeland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that. So I was asking, I had my note, like, make sure we get some update on that. And everything else, we worked, really tried to take the time and conscientiously look at what the priorities that we established, that we gave to the commissions and that we've agreed upon, and mirroring that into the comprehensive plan. So making sure that we are being as balanced as possible, because I think we set up, interestingly, our goals really were coming out of already in the comprehensive plan. They were already kind of mirroring each other. So I felt really encouraged about that. And all for now.
Yeah, Trustee Dati.
So I have a question about next Monday, actually. I believe there was a schedule somewhere that I've lost here regarding different workshops for different commissions before the actual public portion of the evening. I feel like that's in the evening. If somebody could share that with me again, because I feel like I don't know that anybody on the EDC commission can go. I don't know about the Housing and Human Services. I just want to make sure that I'm available for those commissions who might not be able to bring representation. And so
Excellent. So I'm going to send it over.
Minister Simmons?
And also, I just want to clarify a statement that you may just,
Yes.
a statement such as we don't want franchises would not be a design standard. You can't control who buys property and what they do there. What you can control is the design of the building they built. So just, I want to clarify that so the public doesn't go crazy here, that we don't control who buys a piece of land, but you have the ability through design standards
To discourage.
to put limitations on certain, aspects of that building, so it doesn't look like a traditional franchise.
Thank you for that.
And many communities do it all around the country. You can't tell a Wendy's is a Wendy's. It looks like a little brick, cute little building. But we don't have the ability, and Brandon, please correct me if I'm wrong, but when I went through this with the planning commission last time, you don't control who buys a piece of land.
You're 100% correct. We can't regulate who can purchase land. We can only regulate what it looks like and the design standards that are applied to it.
I just want to clarify that before that.
Yeah, appreciate that. And, even like UNESCO World Heritage sites like San Miguel de Allende in Mexico, they have such strict design standards. So there's a Starbucks there, but you would never know. The sign is flat against the wall, the building is painted the right color.
Yeah.
So it totally blends in.
Or you can do it
Would
through
not eat.
no drive-throughs, things
Yeah.
like that you can control.
Drive-throughs, yeah, certainly can do that. It's actually already in our code right now.
And
You
they're
can't
in
do that.
commercial downtown, but not in the.
Or two liquor stores have them.
Yeah, but our 2 liquor stores have them.
But they're at least.
They're not
mom and
commercial downtown.
At least it's not fast food.
pop. Okay. Thank
Just-
you.
I just
Yes,
wanna clarify.
No, I appreciate that.
Trustee Eddie?
Yeah, I've just got a couple minor issues. I guess I consider myself the liaison to the bus. And the bus driver did ask, her early morning pickup at Railroad and Fourth is now before light, so it's in the dark, but the street lights aren't on.
Oh.
And so she was
Sure, we can
asking,
pass
could the
that.
street lights be turned on early for the people waiting for the bus?
Yeah.
Because a couple of them wait, so.
I
Oh, that's
believe
more
it
than
is actually not that it's off. I think it continues to be vandalized, so it's off.
Oh, okay.
Because the neighbors don't like it.
Well, okay,
But anyway,
Yeah,
I will
yeah.
pass along. We will
all right.
address it. That's us.
Can we get a flock camera just on?
No, it happened here at Town Hall too. We put
Yeah.
in all these beautiful new lights that were supposedly downward and they. were all destroyed.
Okay, so there's people waiting in the dark now.
Yeah,
So-
that's, no, we
And-
can
and
put
the bus
safety
driver
ahead
was
of that,
concerned.
but just so you know, it's probably because it's in a residential area.
Okay, the student advisory committee did elect a vice chair and a secretary.
Oh,
So we probably do need to have a meeting with them. They're meeting on Sunday nights. They have a meeting with them about kind of the rules and regulations of the commission that we were gonna do that we didn't quite do before.
yeah. I'll talk with you.
The secretary is gonna be taking notes and they're gonna approve minutes, and I asked them to send them to you, so it's in the public record. So I at least got that started. Everything was about mental health. We've talked about that. I think I've got some pretty good notes, and I do think there are some action items that we can do. The other meeting I did attend was the UEB. I sat in the second half of the UEB meeting. The next one is this Wednesday. The entire subject was that I heard, because I finally got into the second half, was about in lieu of cash for the water shares. They have a lot of opinions on it. The conversation got very complicated. I don't know quite what we need to do here, but there was a lot of questions. I have more questions on the water shares.
Yep.
It seems like the more training we get, the more questions you end up with.
It's your next workshop.
And so there's a lot of things I had about Aaron's memo today about what our water portfolio really is.
Yep.
He insists it's healthy, but there's specific questions I have about that. So I don't know where we are in lieu of cash as a policy, but I think more conversation needs to happen.
And I think, our next workshop is all about water.
Okay,
So
so we'll go into these.
but
You'll have numerous of.
But if there are specific questions,
Please ask them ahead of time so we can
Yeah.
address them at the workshop.
yeah, so you can send them on to Erin, copy Victoria. And, or set up a meeting to chat.
Okay.
But yeah, hopefully we'll address some of those at your next. meeting.
Any questions for trustee Edding or comments? or- Nice
Oh.
work, trustee.
The football team is starting now.
Yeah, we.
I have to say it again.
Homecoming. Friday night.
Yep.
Bronco cheerleaders.
Well, now I'm going for sure. That, and I heard there's nachos.
Bronco cheerleaders, Friday night. Wow. Okay.
Now we're living.
Yeah, gosh, my report doesn't sound that exciting now. Okay, so, the EVC, the Economic Vitality Commission met on September 21st. We were so happy to welcome two new commissioners, Eric Leonard and Tiffany Martindale. So thank you for, welcoming them, approving their nomination, I guess, is the word. I did press them for some, budgetary, considerations, since we're in budget season and trying to get an idea of, and like I mentioned earlier, one of the big ones was recruitment of, trying to find a consultant or trying to find funding for a consultant to help recruit new businesses. So, the thing I keep hearing is that North Main is doing better than South Main. I think it has to do with like the empty storefronts. So those are things that, concern them. Wayfinding always comes back to wayfinding for parking, for the visitor center, and I think that's a DOLA grant, right? I think that's in here somewhere. I saw it on the chart. So they will be so happy if we get some grants, some funding for wayfinding. I brought up the piece about staffing for the visitor center. I mean, obviously they're bringing more tourists to town and advising these tourists will obviously drive up economic development and also help increase sales tax. So we talked about that as well. And of course, there's the whole Lions Creates question mark as to whether it will take over that space and whether they will be able to man that post. And so I just think we need to keep that in our consideration when it comes to funding, and maybe it's a wish list item. I don't know. I just would hate to see it closed again next year, even if it's on the wrong side of town. As a commission, I guess the only things they really are concerned about for their own budget would be a discretionary fund for snacks, like $100. Snacks are really important.
I'm laughing because the last word for me.
Okay, I mean, not every commission has case sparks available to bring in, baked goods. So some commissions need to buy these goodies, right? And the PD, funds for professional development. For example, they mentioned the Economic Development Conference, I believe it's in Estes Park, and also Economic Partners in Boulder County.
Oops, give us a number they want to do.
Sorry?
We
just need a number.
Oh, a number? I don't have a number for those. I have $100 for snacks. I have nothing for professional development.
We need a number to consider.
Okay. I will go back to that. It's hard when it's
do
like
they
once
want
a
to try
month.
to get 2 people to it or all 7? So that's what we. need to
Oh,
know,
I
kind of.
see. How many?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because, and then, yeah.
And what's the per person cost so that,
Yeah,
Oh,
one
per
day is
person.
very different than a weekend in
Okay,
Vail. Yeah.
okay. Well, I guess if it's, Estes Park or Boulder County, there's no lodging, right? Like it's just entrance fee, right? Or admission or whatever.
Yeah,
Registration.
just a round number.
Per person cost. Okay, I will, when do you need that number by? Is it the October 22nd?
You can do it there, that's fine.
Okay. I need a
Or
deadline.
before if you know it.
Okay. Also, Kim mentioned the Main Street Conference will take place in Victor, Colorado, November 3rd and 4th. So I'm happy to hear she's going to that. And
We have to go.
you have to go. Yes, good. Well, I'm glad.
And
Because
they
this is-
pay for it all.
This is the state conference as opposed to the national conference, which happened in North Carolina or South Carolina.
Virginia.
Thank you.
Richmond.
Richmond. And then she also told us a couple of ideas that she's working with the Colorado Tourism Office. So there's still the idea, maybe, I guess it's a wish, really, maybe, I don't know if it's a dream, having a Rocky Mountain National Park satellite office here in Lyons. I mean, I hear it coming up. And I don't know that we're making any headway with Rocky Mountain National Park, but I feel like it's.
Well, it's a Paul Tamburello goal out
Yeah.
the East Corridor.
Yeah.
So
They know that.
So I just don't know if we're getting anywhere with Rocky Mountain National Park per se, because that's what
Not
that I
yet.
hear there's like a, okay, all right. And then there's a whole Colorado Reimagine campaign around wintervention and how to find events for our off-season. Cool. So if anybody has any ideas, feel free to send them our way. The Housing and Human Services Commission meets next Monday, so Monday is going to be a very busy day with the comp plan and then that Housing and Human Services Commission. And I was really happy to meet with the Chamber of Commerce with Mayor Rogan there to start a dialogue. Really, I think it was a really great dialogue where you were able to talk about the goals and priorities of this Board of Trustees and also talk about the comp plan. One of them had actually printed it out, like all 260 pages, wherever. Yeah.
Wrong one.
And they were very much in favor, even though they couldn't find any evidence of the town of Lyons being a prior member of the Chamber of Commerce. They're very interested in the town of Lyons being a member.
So it would need to be budgeted.
So that would need to be budgeted. And I think I already mentioned that last time. It was $1,500 for the Cornerstone. So I can give you that number. $1,500 for the Cornerstone membership. I think they were very reassured. I think that went very well. I was very thankful to have Mayor Rogan there, who was able to answer a lot of their questions. I don't know that I would be able to answer all of their questions. I might be coming back this way to ask a lot of questions. But I feel like the next day we got a text actually from one of the members just saying how hopeful she felt. And that felt really good.
It was a good conversation. And I don't know if you recall, but you agreed to be the liaison.
Yes, I do recall. I'm going to the social, there's a social Wednesday at 5:30.
But you'll be attending their board meetings
Yeah.
on behalf of the town, and Administrator Simonson and I were talking about the meeting the day after. I came to chat about it. And Administrator Simonson mentioned that in previous years, there's information that the chamber wanted to have from the town. Am I remembering this correctly?
Yeah, I used to serve on the board, and I have a monthly report format, if that's helpful to you. I would always give that, and we were definitely the highest member we could be. So, yeah.
So maybe the two of you could get together and chit chat.
I think
about
it
that.
was after the flood and then the couple years following that we were working with the chamber on small business development loans and things. That some of that, and their leadership too, I think it kind of all just became a little fragmented and I have to get back on. Well past time, well past time.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
that's really an important partnership.
let's be honest, it is a very important partnership and it goes hand in hand with the Economic Vitality Commission and it goes hand in hand with our comp plan and our goals for, you know, all of it. Like, I just feel like it's all kind of, it's a puzzle, right? And all those pieces fit.
Yeah.
So I'm quite happy to do it. It makes total sense. Even though I'm not a business owner, I know nothing about small business. I will be the messenger. Thank you.
Probably better off that.
Right. There'll be no conflict of interest, hopefully.
Any questions or comments for that?
Yeah, I got a question. So Rocky Mountain National Park, so Paul Tamburello really would like satellite office then? He's talking to them?
Oh, we proposed it to the state.
To have a
and
satellite.
To have
here.
have out east of Lyons be the place where people stop instead of getting this big lineup
Yeah.
up at the park. And to do like a visitor center and a museum of the history of the area.
What would we get from sales revenue, sales tax?
It wouldn't necessarily be sales tax revenue other than people stopping here after they stop there. And potentially having lunch and shopping here instead of, and split up some of that Estes Park traffic
Yeah.
that
I mean,
gets
that-
so
that makes
congested there.
sense, but that could be a lot of property that does not get high sales tax revenue.
Well,
I don't
it would
know.
only be a building on the eastern. So, no, they've been having those good discussions. What's hard is to find the right person at the actual national park to have those discussions.
And, you know, you put a coffee shop and a restaurant next door.
Well, and it goes further than that. It also becomes a place to park and shuttle people from here to help with 36 traffic, which then again promotes people spending an hour or two while they wait for the shuttle. Yeah, it's a bigger, the Office of Economic Development and International Trade has an interest.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good question.
Trustee Delman, how are you gonna top that?
I'll say that if that trail, St. Vrain Trail gets extended, that would be a good connector for people to ride
Yeah.
into town from over there.
Yeah, can you imagine if he had golf carts on site? So while you waste your hour, you get a golf cart and come into town.
Well,
People
or,
love
you could ride your bike from Boulder to Lyons,
Mhm.
get on a bus in Lyons and go out to Rocky Mountain National Park and
mhm.
never have to step in a
Mhm.
car.
Not even have to take your life, you risk your life going up the canyon.
I would
So,
like a bike path on 36 first, I think probably.
Yeah, I think that's in the works.
That is in the works.
The North Sky Trail. Okay,
So Parks and Rec Commission, they have not met since our last meeting, so nothing new to report from them.
questions, comments for Trustee Tillman?
Next week,
Yeah.
if there is any question, their meeting is next week.
Thank you. Okay, so, I want to talk about CMAX for a minute. I want to thank staff. I want to thank the planners especially. That was an enormous community effort. That really took everybody. And I heard through the grapevine that the county commissioners were extremely, extremely impressed with the quality of the public comment. That it was informed, it was cogent, it was persuasive, it was unemotional for the most part. Thank you. And I really,
Just push it back.
I can't push it.
Put it up. Here you go.
Okay. So I really, hats off to everybody, and there's more to come. I know that Save Our St. Vrain Valley, their land use attorney already sent a letter to Boulder County. And it's part of public record that they'll be looking at the land use of the plant net and taking a look at that special use permit. So, it's rare that the little person wins in these things. So I think kudos to all of us.
Nothing's on.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's just me. I'll talk loud. So I attended Dr. Cog, the Dr. Cog Sub-Regional Forum.
Turn on Greg's and lean it towards me. Try that.
Okay, I'll try. Is that working?
Yeah.
Okay. I attended the Dr. Cog Sub-Regional Forum, and it's looking like there may be the possibility to ask for additional funding from Boulder County to fund our shortfalls. So we'll be looking into that. The chamber meeting, I agree with Trustee Dottie, was really terrific. I was not able to attend the LAHC meeting, unfortunately, but I will be able to attend the upcoming one. I'm in love with this mural. I think it's great. I know. And the next art show is, the opening is October 12th.
Next week, yeah.
Next week. So I encourage everybody to come to that. It's an art show of former LAHC members. So former members are contributing their art. My husband among them. And then I want to address the email that the board received today from the previous Board of Trustees sent by former Mayor Pro Tem Browning. And I would like the public to know that the subject of fire mitigation and the Martin parcel are on our next agenda. We could have answered a lot of those questions had they simply just been asked. I'll let Administrator Simonson give an update about the Martin parcel either tonight or at our next meeting with regards to annexation, and we've already discussed limb pickup. So I think, I appreciate the involvement and would have appreciated a phone call or a conversation versus a letter like the one that was sent. So, and that's about it for me. Any questions? Comments?
Just a little bit about CMAX. Do you think there's any possibility that Boulder County would negotiate again with CMAX at all?
I have no idea.
Okay. Is there any knowledge how long I can continue to do the kiln with the supplies that they've built up? Could it be another year?
I heard an estimate of 9 months, but
Months?
I don't know how much they were, I don't think anybody knows how much they were able to mine between the first hearing and
Yeah.
a couple days ago. So, I don't know. But they would, but they will have to amend their operating permit because they have a new source material. They have to identify where the new source material is coming from.
Okay.
So am I to understand that all mining has ceased then? Without flats, the day after the hearing?
On September 30th was their
That's
last
all I
day.
think.
When does mitigation begin?
We have 3 years. I think.
They have 3 years to get it complete, but you know, if they're smart, they're like. I don't know when the big round tube is coming down. But that'll be a nice day.
Well, there could also be an appeal filed.
There could be an appeal
So
file.
I would not expect anything earth shattering very soon.
There could be an appeal file, there could be legal things.
They have 30 days to file an appeal under Rule 106. So
Oh,
That's good to know.
something to keep an eye on.
who do they file an appeal with?
District Court, the Boulder District.
Okey dokey.
Okay.
All right, okay. Administrators report.
Thank you. My report this meeting is, there's quite a variety of information in there, so I'm not going to hit upon everything, so please, if you have specific questions, let me know. But I do need to take care of one item of kind of business before I forget. We have become aware of a grant opportunity that's due October 5th. Well, no, I mean, we found out last week, but it's the first time you guys have met. This is to submit a grant to conduct a housing assessment and strategic housing plan.
Yes.
But they need a letter of support from the board.
Yes.
So this wasn't on the agenda, but I need a nod whether or not, this is just to submit it, doesn't mean we've gotten it. But it is the last round of housing dollars the state is going to be giving out for just assessments.
Yes.
And so I need
Yes,
to know
yes,
that.
2 thumbs up, 2
Okay.
thumbs.
We're meeting with the staff from the state tomorrow, and we'll get this in the mail by Wednesday.
Awesome.
Okay.
Good job.
So that's, I do want you to know that all of a sudden, it just seems like tons and tons of information about all this federal funding is finally trickling down to, actual, information to the locals. Dola told me they've hired 75 staff
Wow.
or they're advertising for 75 staff to help carry through all of these grants over the next 2 to 3 years. So we are trying to split up staff and get us to all these, you have to attend the trainings to be able to do this, and there's such a variety. So Kim and Tracy are going to take the main leads on attending all these trainings that are required. We're putting together a spreadsheet of all of our unmet needs, which is about 3 times what you saw up here for next year. And then all the grant funding and trying to figure out where we feel like we have a chance to apply for some of these things. So if nothing else, we'll try to at least get it handed out at our budget retreat so you can start digesting some of that. But yeah.
Ask a clarification then. So we're talking about the infrastructure bill.
Yes.
Everything from the federal government.
Yes, that has now gone to the state, and now the state has to divvy up theirs.
Okay, and the state does the state divvy up county and then county to municipality?
it's all
We go
different.
Direct from the state?
It is all
That's great.
different. So there's
Okay.
transportation funding does it one way, housing funding does it another, infrastructure does it another, Brandon. And so that's where it gets very complex. And then each of them say, well, you have to go to the training. And it gets very complex. The good news is DOLA today, and I'll forward this to you tomorrow, said today that they are going to set aside a staff member and funds for small communities' local matches.
This is what.
So this is huge. This is where we never have the match when they say even 20%, but of $1 million stormwater project, we don't have it. So they're going to set aside an office within DOLA that will be someone to help locals, small locals navigate. Now, the definition of local, I don't think, small hasn't come out yet. Sometimes small is 50,000 and under.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. And then sometimes it's 10,000 and under. But that's a really promising way of hearing us say, we want to apply for this money, we just don't have the match. So that's good. My sad news, not sad news. Our other news that you need to be aware of is we had 2 rather abrupt personnel changes. Today was Maria's last day at the front desk to go have her baby, but she's gonna be out for 3 months. So she's a finance tech and is kind of Cassie's right arm regarding payroll and accounts payable and accounts receivable, but we will not have that position. We were planning to have Marissa fill some of those roles while she was on her vacation, and then unexpectedly Marissa gave her resignation notice. We are all still in shock. I don't think we believe it yet. But her personal situation changed such that she had to make a significant change. And so she at first had just said 2 weeks. We were able to negotiate with her. She's going to work remotely from home through the end of the year. So she will continue to do planning commission meetings. She's going to continue to do Maria's duties from home. But these are 2 really big gaps that happened very quickly. And so our already little short staff just reduced 2 more. So in the interim, we just want you to know those positions are posted. We have a deputy clerk posted. And we did not, Maria's coming in, hers is just, temporary. But we have posted for a part-time temporary receptionist to help us, an admin kind of assistant. The job duties, basically any special project assigned to you by a department head or the town administrator. But we're really hoping someone local. We will be very flexible with schedules, really just so that, you literally will have 3 people at town halls in the front. So if anybody is on vacation or sick, if we get down to 1, I won't keep the front door open because it's just not safe. So if you know someone who wants to be a receptionist and all around helper and excellent customer service, we send them our way.
Can you give us an idea of wage if we are to promote this position?
It's already posted on the website and available. So we are looking for any help we can get between now and the end of the year. So I do want to, at your last meeting, you had a gentleman from Longmont Next Light come forward and ask about being part of a broadband grant. We have worked with him over the past 2 weeks. That got submitted Friday. So this is one of those funding streams, short turnaround. What this would do is called the middle mile. So Next Light, which is Longmont's fiber services, would be brought to Lions. Our local providers, this does not affect them other than it gives them something more to connect to. So it's not putting anybody local out of business. The ISPs can continue. It just gives them another avenue to connect people that currently aren't able to be connected. So they've applied for this middle mile grant to bring high speed fiber to Lions.
People move to Longmont for their fiber.
Right.
Sure.
Oh, there's Brandon.
Yeah, and if you guys are interested in last mile stuff, the last board got a presentation on that. Then there's so much last mile money out there too. To kind of, but I mean, that's a decision of whether, the town wants to take that on, or whether it's a public-private partnership, or, it will certainly affect incumbent providers, but it's definitely worth considering, because this is like the prime time to consider those types of products, given the amount of funding streams that are out there.
do we know when we will know whether?
The middle mile, it just got submitted. I think he said we'd know within, pretty quick turnaround. Was it 30 days, Brandon?
There's so many programs. Is it under the BEAD program or is it under
I'll try to
the
find out, but it
DOLA
was a pretty,
program? There's like 5 right now, so I don't know which one that you applied for. But
yeah.
I mean, there's never
I can
been
send you more
more
information.
money for broadband than there is right now.
But we are not applying as a town, FYI. We just wrote a letter of
Right.
support
Right.
for next light.
Yeah.
Okay, just clarify that. All right, and then in my report, there were several Parks and Public Works updates. There was some questions about water quality in the ponds and our plans. There is a quite an in-depth review of that, if any of you have questions. And then there's also Operation Mighty Goats update and the cost and how effective they felt it was, and a recommendation for next year in there if you are interested in looking more at that. Also, we still got some Fall Street painting and striping to be done. They got 4th Avenue done as part of the safe routes. Just, well, it's not even done. They got to paint green yet. But we still have several areas around town that will be getting striped before the end of the month.
I've got to say, I was very excited to see the bicycle lane. That was really cool. I had no idea there was gonna be a bicycle lane. I was like,
That's
that's
for safe routes.
Yeah.
wow. Is that the first bicycle lane in Lyons?
Other than the highway, yes.
I was really excited to see that.
Yeah.
Looks like got it on the north side of town now.
Yeah, and so you'll also see there's going to be significant fall tree trimming and our fertilizing going on over the rest of this month. If you have questions, I was kind of excited to see that DOLA put out our latest profile, our demographic profile for
Yeah.
Lyons. And there's a couple things I just want to note.
Yeah.
If people are asking our population, we are now to use 2,202.
Yep.
And that's 2022 backwards. That's why I'm going to remember it. Well, 2022.
When Maria has her baby.
They don't live in town, unfortunately, but what I did find interesting is that our median age did increase by 5 years. At the previous census, it was 41.5 and now it's 46.5. So either our residents are aging or we have more seniors moving here. I don't know which one. Also, the other thing is our median household income is $106,743. 4.3% of our population is poverty level. And so when you talk to LEAF and the number of people that are using their services, that matches up very closely. Just FYI. The rest of our statistics really have not changed much.
So how do we correlate population growth with the growth in actual housing? I mean, are we having more people per house? Are we having less people per house?
They didn't do it in this statistic, but there is one that the state demographer does that does give us our average people per home. And that's not on this, so I haven't seen that one yet.
Do you think that's increasing or decreasing?
I think it's, you know, when you do it as an average, I bet it's not going to change much. It
Okay.
used to be 2.1 or 2.4 per household.
Mhm.
But I know we have several households that have increased, but I think we have a ton of people that their children have
Yeah,
grown
they're
and moved
becoming
out.
empty nesters.
I bet you won't see a big change.
Well, but also if we're going up in age.
Yeah.
You're gonna have more empty nesters.
That's true. And, but hopefully at the same point, more ADU. So yeah, I don't know what that one, that will come out with a different, it didn't come out with this group of statistics, but those are good to have, especially as we write grants, we have some up-to-date information. And then there's a whole section in here on this growing water smart, the conference that staff and Chair Hamrick attended recently. And this is going to become a really big issue. It has been a growing issue, but you're going to be hearing more and more as we hear about this Southwest Compact of the Colorado River water and how much we're required to send to other states. And as that supply depletes, that is what our CBT comes from, is Colorado River water toward the very, very, you know, when you trace it all the way back. So we're going to start talking about how to diversify that portfolio to be more local water basins, knowing that most likely the Colorado River will not
be staying where it's at. It's gonna take a major events to get that back where it was.
So you're saying that CBT shares will have less acre feet?
Yes. Every year they give us an allocation and they always say to use 7% of as is the average. That's probably gonna go to 60, 50 during drought years. I think the lowest I've ever seen it, Brandon, what's the lowest you've seen it? 60? You're
I think
young.
so.
I saw 60. But it rarely goes below that. And they're saying you need to start preparing.
So these shares are gonna become weaker, basically.
Well, they're gonna become even more valuable, but they'll be weaker.
Though, yeah,
in the
you're gonna
amount
get
of
less
water
for sure.
each share will generate. So that's where we're starting to talk about, we'll be starting to talk about what are other water options? And this is where Aaron's saying, we have a pretty strong portfolio, especially for a small community. But we need to start getting them from different river basins, local, that can provide you the same amount of water we need, but not from the Colorado River water source.
Okay, so when he says strong portfolio, that means diversification of
Diversify.
shares
Yes,
from not just
and volume,
CBT.
and volume.
All right, in the quality of the share, right?
Yes. So we know how far down that CBT can go and still make it work,
Mhm. Okay,
but it depends on growth, which is where the comp plan comes in. So all of this has to tie together here in the coming months, but your next workshop, the St. Vrain Left-Hand Watershed District is going to be presenting. They are trying to help coordinate all the grants about watersheds. They have funds coming. They want to know what projects do we have that fit into them and how can we help you be the project manager on those? So, and they also are very good at interpreting water portfolios, and we've got a couple of creative ways that we might be able to use our portfolio differently than we have.
does that include leasing shares?
Yes, to others or from others?
To others,
Oh, yeah.
so we can make money off our shares.
Well, yeah, and that will probably go up right now too, because leasing right now is not very, how much is the lease? $80?
Not even that.
Oh, so it's not much right now.
But I would
And
guess
Northern
that's gonna
Colorado
change.
sets that rate every year, so it could be $48 a share, it could be 52. It's not very.
It's
much.
not very
That's
much.
good, yeah.
It's not even enough to do the paperwork.
Yeah.
So, just so you know that, we're gonna be focusing some more time on water. And then in case you didn't print your little October chart for your
Oh, I did.
refrigerator, I don't assume all of you have printers.
Awesome.
There's some upcoming meetings we need you to really get on your radar. Next Monday night, 6:30, comp plan at the library.
Yeah.
Next Tuesday night, or Tuesday, the 18th, we're shooting for that Ped Bridge grand opening
/ sheriff open house.
and sheriff open house. I should put that on there. Yeah.
Have we invited any?
We're not doing any big regional, this was not, we're not doing any politics this right now because it's too close.
Yeah.
We don't want it to be political. We really
No,
see
but
this as a,
Hickenlooper's not running for anything this time, and I know he was so involved after the flood.
well, you and I can talk about who you want to invite, but
Okay.
we didn't want this to turn into, we
No.
really want this to be the connecting our neighborhoods back together and a safe route for kids and focusing on, this is kind of our community bridging project. But we certainly can invite whomever you guys want to. We are planning to have our Laura meeting on October 20th at 5 p.m. So please put that on your calendars. The mayor will not be available, so Mayor Pro Tem in the bylaws will be facilitating that meeting. We do have our staff retreats with our board staff retreat for our budget on October 22nd. We're going to try to do our best to keep that 9 to 3. And we'll bring lunch in. Okay, we'll probably work through our lunch, unfortunately, but we will take a break. And then just, of course, so you guys all know, in case you're wondering how all these end of month festivities happen. Friday night is Rave to the Grave. Saturday is the Spooktacular at the elementary, the parade and trick or treating on Main Street. And then Monday is so public trick or treating. So those people are.
This is really helpful.
And I think just to add to that calendar, you mentioned it in your report, the October 10th from 5:30 to, well, I think it's October 12th is the town mural. Town hall mural.
Yeah, I have, oh, I thought I did put that in there. It's on my calendar. Yeah, October 12th from 5:30 to 7. Please add that in.
and I'll update mine, is the LAHC's art show. And I think they're gonna only do, I heard instead of doing it between the library and it's going to be here this time.
So,
But maybe that's not true.
Well, I mean, they're putting up everything at. the
Okay, maybe
library.
they got it arranged then.
I don't know,
That was my last. Just ignore
I
that.
don't
Just
know.
come to town hall.
and so the mural unveiling
Is that night on
The
the
12th.
on the 12th.
It's a Wednesday.
12th,
Okay.
5:30 to. Are they gonna change the hours with it getting darker? Since it's outside.
Yeah, I'm not involved in that anymore.
I can ask.
Okay. Right now it's 5:30 to 7, between town hall and the library.
I'm taking art over to the library tomorrow.
Oh, okay. And that's the same time I have scheduled for historic preservation, so I don't know if that's going to change. And then don't forget, St. Vrain Valley School District has their fall break the 14th through the 17th, and it gets pretty quiet around here.
That's good.
And I just have a question about the Laura meeting. Is that also possible to join virtually?
Sure. Sure. Oh, Kim said 4:30. 4:30 for the art show. It sounds
Oh,
like.
good. Okay. Thank you.
So
Kim.
4:30 to 6 in that case?
I don't know for sure, but
4:30 until
At the
line runs
library?
out.
oh. Because they want to do the mural.
Right.
of the
That makes
orchestra.
sense. That makes sense.
Okay, so there, I know there was many different things in the packet. So any questions for me or clarifications needed?
Have you heard some rumor about a bicycle association getting a large grant to do a study of a bike path between Boulder and Lyons?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't get a grant, they gave money. They gave money to Boulder
they gave
County
money.
to do it.
Yeah, and we are part of it.
And we're part of it.
Yeah.
Right.
And we're gonna be meeting with Boulder County. Yeah, it is, the overall umbrella is this Vision Zero, which is that they're trying to get zero loss of life for pedestrians and bicycles along 36. Since it's one of the highest fatalities.
In the entire, their Vision Zero is a county-wide effort.
Oh,
And
okay.
so part of that was to do this assessment, and then I believe they got funding for it somehow as well. So,
I think
yeah. we will be-
The cycling community, we basically gathered the funds to do the match, the local match for the state grant to do that traffic study, is my recollection. But I don't cycle 36 anymore. It's too dangerous. I mean, I only do the side roads.
Yeah. So if we're involved.
One other thing on October 10th. There'll be a memorial service at Riverbank for Portuguese.
Yep.
I just want to,
And that's at 1 PM.
is it?
I heard it
I
was,
haven't
Yeah.
heard.
I hadn't
Memorial
pressed it at
for-
the time yet, but maybe they have.
I heard that from a close friend today, but don't.
I heard 1 o'clock too.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, I know there are a lot of questions around the time. A lot of questions.
Just wait to hear.
I think there's a band performance happening at the same time and. Anyway,
Thank you for that.
yeah, just
Who is that for?
so chase.
Another young adult.
Hmm.
It's the next. No questions, that's all.
I got 2 quick updates. I know I'm between you and ending this meeting, so I'll be quick. First update. First updates on the Honeywell matter. We did send out the offer settlement last week. No bites yet, but of course we'd let you know as soon as we get one. So that's that issue. And second, I want to follow back up on the pesticide issue, the herbicide pesticide issues really quickly. I did some research in between other issues, and actually, it's a pretty simple answer. The state statute defines pesticides, including all herbicides. And so that's a statute I read you earlier, considering pesticides applies equally to herbicides. And so I've emailed those statutory citations to Town Administrator Simonson, but happy to answer more questions on that if you'd like.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. So summary of action items.
Okay, I've got, number one, update budget numbers with direction given in workshop. Bring forward a waiver request for the salt and sand storage building. Follow up on, Mayor Pro Tem's, request for clarification on annual permit requirements in the 2018 IBC. Ordinance 1133 moved to second reading with amendments. Attorney Dittman to determine what Boulder County property is in municipal limits and what can we enforce. Staff is to reach out to Boulder County regarding spraying and the EAB requests presented tonight. Staff is to draft a letter of support for the county and director cases determination with the Martin Marietta case. A potential task force on youth mental health with a staff liaison to be formed. Lighting is to be looked at for the bus stop for the AM pickup. This board would like a water portfolio update to be addressed at the next workshop. And staff is to submit the grant application for housing assessment strategic housing.
I don't know if you got these or not. In the golf cart ordinance, we have two changes.
He already sent them, Brandon. we got it.
Okay, the definition, some of the clarifications on the IBC regarding the annual permits, that thing. And then to schedule with Student Advisory Commission on Board and Commission. That's all.
Brandon?
Yeah, that's all I had too. Sorry, I think I've already addressed the Boulder County issue, and
He's not done his.
I think that's everything.
All right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Having been awake now for 37 hours and 5 minutes. I move.
Is there a second? Are we gonna make trustee
All in
Williams
favor.
stop? Okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everybody, very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Brandon.
Brandon. Good
Yep.
night.